And before everybody starts to roll into this live, you're catching this on playback. As always, my deepest gratitude. I appreciate everyone who comes in, check the content, or check these lives on playback. Whether you do or you don't, because I know these lives are, they go on forever, it seems like. You dig what I'm saying? So I can understand the hours that people may see as they get the final upload. You might catch them for a little bit, a couple minutes, or whatever the case may be. The support that I get overall on the channel, I always appreciate. I appreciate the love. Um, New content, seam retention just dropped. So if you're catching this on playback, um, once again, I always show my gratitude and appreciation to those who are aware of what's going on the channel. My guys that are on seam retention, that's the my core audience, my seam retention guys. They always ask me, and they've been asking me a recent, man, you done with the seam retention content? You breaking away? Nah, man. That's where my heart is for real, for real. And that was my whole. What's good, bro? What's good, Zon? I'm feeling great, brother. Another night, was able to get some content done, ship it out into these YouTube streets. So I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling great. Was able to get a lot done today, and I always feel good when I get the content done. And that's what I was just talking about. When I started this page out, it was just bulk, obviously just seam retention content. And when I was finally eligible and brave enough to come on these lives, I just seen the effect that I started to have overall, not just talking to the guys out there, but also, with the women, and even a younger crowd with the kids and stuff like that. Well, not kids, but the young adults and stuff like that. OG Kicks, peace, brother. How you, man? So I just uploaded new content based around semen retention, and I got a lot of guys with requests that was saying, am I done with the semen retention? Am I going away from it? They know what was going on with my channel and things I've been going through over the years before I started coming on this live, and I just stayed exclusively just doing semen retention content and doing content. Um, as a small content creator, it's a journey all in itself. It's a journey all in itself. I've also been suspended 3 times within my 3 years doing that content. So it's been a battle. It's been times where I just wanted to say F it, do something else. Because the information is very valuable. It's very important for our guys to have these tips as men and practice this discipline. For real, for real. And it's not just about the women attraction. I always like to say this, not just about the women attraction. It's really about building up true masculine energy. And that discipline and this practice, that practice carries you a long way. Carries you a long way. It changes. It really transforms and changes your life when you take it serious. For real, start to really focus on yourself. Solo B boy or solo B bye boy. What's going on? OG being human trafficked and oppressed bad because my ancestors. Any advice? Left on Earth alone to die. To be honest, damn. Solo. If you're being human trafficked, brother, and oppressed, well, if you're being human trafficked, first of all, you need to not be on this YouTube live. You need to contact the authorities because that is illegal for you to be held captive against your will and be trafficked, brother. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, get that comment out of here. You playing too much. Kingda says we got to get you some fiber internet, cuz. You said that before. And when you say we, that means as a collective, we, me and you. That means you putting in. If you saying we, because I pay my own bill. I pay my own bill. So I pay for what I pay for. Obviously, I'm live and direct. You in here, it seems good. But if you want me to upgrade to some fiber optics or fiber internet, and you saying we, there's ways to donate to the channel. My you everyone's, you know what I mean? You're able to donate straight on to the YouTube. And my Cash App is in my description also. You dig what I'm saying? I don't fall into the peer pressure of what I need to do unless you chipping in, brother. What you got on the fiber optics? What you got on the fiber internet? Oh man. Don't tell me what we gotta do. I'm doing my thing. John De Silva says, power to the people. Hey, and I got question. I was gonna wait till more people roll in into this live, but now that I see power to the people, that's a old time chant of the Black Panthers and happy Black History Month. We on the second day of Black History Month. Hey, are we someone in here? Bro, I just read The Alchemist. Wow, stuff. Barco 11. Peace to you, man. I'm glad. That's one of my top three favorite books, bro. For real, for real. Um, Charles Hill, peace to you. Says I'm here. Peace, man. I'm glad you're here. And as you guys are rolling into this live, please do me a favor. Double hit that your screen to hit the likes. And if not, the three dots in your upper right hand of your device, you do me that favor that drops down. You can hit the like on that side too. But as you roll in, please do me a favor and double tap your screen for the likes. Get the likes up, helps get this live out to algorithm, especially on this serious topic that we about to talk on. Yesterday, somebody was like, BHM Black History Month is canceled. And Barco says Black History Month. Dylan Mays, peace to you. How y'all feel about that, man? I don't know. I recently seen may I speak with the is Black History every day that can never be erased. Morgan Freeman, I recently seen he had his sentiments about Black history and a little bit of Black history about Morgan Freeman. He grew up or was born around the 1930s, and he was born in the South, you could consider, and he's originally from Memphis, Tennessee. So I'm pretty sure he had his deal of dealing with certain ideologies growing up and dealing with certain said experiences. I'll keep it at that, right? Um, being that he's an older gentleman, have seen the world change many a times. Um, just knowing how old he is and stuff like that. He's recently come out and said that he thinks Black History Month is basically like is a joke in so many words. And this, don't quote me on him saying that is a joke, but he's not taking it as serious. He doesn't really acknowledge it. What he has said that Black history is American history. So same sentiments like you saying, Zon, is not something reduced down to 1 month where it's just, now is a month that is made more aware to the people. You feel what I'm saying? He's on the sentiments of Black history ain't really Black history, it's American history. This is what America is, has Black people in it. At one point, Black history though was didn't exist. It didn't. It wasn't something, especially Black people were to the point where it was non-existent. And when Black history was constructed, for one, a lot of people say, why is it the shortest month? It's not because it was chosen for the shortest month. The people at that time was doing the work to get it recognized and our history recognized, because our history was stolen, suppressed, oppressed from us to keep us dumbified. So when the people got a hold of certain Black histories and truth, they wanted to it be shared more into light, so that way it can be passed down through the generations to just have that awareness and be spread as truth. Now, one, it was picked because Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass, at that time when Black History Month was being put into play, were the two integral parts of slavery, freeing the slaves, Abraham Lincoln, and an uprising of the slaves, Frederick Douglass. So their birthdays both fall in February. And that's why at that time it was picked to have it in that month, because of those two figures. When we are looking now, fast forward in the days of talking about critical race theory and it being in the schools, and it's slowly dwindling down with Black history and putting certain truths out there of civilization, how things are started. And when we talk about critical race theory, um, there is something to be said about Black History Month being canceled, if you will. It is what it is. It's just a month. I'm not too, harped up on it. I do, it is what it is. But we must come to understand that in our schools with critical race theory and how they are operating with critical race theory and discussing critical race theory in schools, they are doing away with that slowly but surely. And that falls under the category of Black history. So I just wanted to put that out there and get people's perspective on that. Um, if you don't got no perspective on it, it's cool. It is what it is. Zahn says, we are the trendsetters. Chris Hell, make this Black History Month one long, remember, bring back MLK Jr. this year, raise up the dead. Chris Hell's, but that's funny. Barco says, how you feel about multiverse? Okay. Um, I was just talking about Black History Month and talking about critical race theory. So maybe Yuke says, I love you so much. Love you too. Jesus is King says, do you support ICE? And if you do, why? Charles Hill says, and I will not submit. Barker, curious to know your thoughts on multiverse. Um, so for the last past 2 to 3 minutes, I was talking on my own topic. So if you're not going to acknowledge my topic and just want me to talk about yours, I'm just going to ignore. I'm just going to ignore what you're talking about. Mumui says you're looking extra fine today. I appreciate that, Mumui. Mimuya, my bad. But peace to you. That's love. Let me get some of the spams out of here. Zahn says that's a fact. Without us, the world wouldn't even run the same. So giving us only a month is insane. But we are the history. Hey, at one point, we only had 1 week. When it first originated, Black History Month was only a week. It started out as just 1 week of celebration. Super Fruity Pooty says black, white, red, orange, history all happened at the same time, though. Okay. Interesting how much of history is written by oppressors. Dank Platypus says the C, P, is high, peace. Tomato Man. Yes, yes, yes. Chris Hell says, look like a clean cut version of Danny Glover. That's funny. Cat Lover says, give it up. Yak Man. Connor says, "Hey, Chris Hill is going off. Just want you to know, don't listen to the haters. Jesus love you." Nah, as you can see, I'm not paying attention to none of that because I just went on like a 2, 3 minute rant and a little bit of history about Black history. So if it doesn't get acknowledged as I was speaking, I'm not going to acknowledge the other people. It is what it is. So nah, that doesn't affect me. Hey, T Marie, peace to you. Glad to see you in here tonight. And for those who don't know what critical race theory is, I'm willing to put you guys up on critical race theory. What's the topic of the discussion? T Marie, I asked the chat real fast, why is Black History Month on the shortest month in the year again? Yeah, that's why I was talking about Black History Month, and yesterday someone saying it was canceled. And then I brought up Morgan Freeman, who obviously is a elder of our times, very old man, and he's actually from Memphis, Tennessee. I'm pretty sure he grew up, with his own Black experience, and he's come out and said that basically he doesn't acknowledge Black History Month. He feels like Black history in itself. I never did Black history. Black history itself is American history. So reducing it down or having it being celebrated in a month, um, he doesn't really acknowledge it. He's the same way, T Marie. Like he never did it. He doesn't really acknowledge it. It is what it is. But people fought for Black history to be acknowledged because they tried to bury the history. And I think a lot of people miss that point that the reason why it comes up is because a lot of our history is buried and whitewashed. So it being put to the forefront with certain things as a part of history, period. It doesn't have to be a colored thing in front of it. Um, as Morgan Freeman is saying, it's just American history. I agree to his point as well, but to play devil's advocate on the other side, a lot of history has been suppressed, oppressed, and has been intentionally done to not let the people be informed of how great of a power and how much influence Black people have really had in this country. So on both sides, I understand where each person is coming from, but I wanted to read something up on critical race theory. I wanted to bring this up and talk about this. It's very important. You keep skipping my comment. Morgan Freeman is right. Caden Hall, I didn't say he was right or wrong. You just want attention, um, Caden Hall. And I'm not skipping anyone's comment. I'm talking. So when I'm talking, I'm not reading at the same time. If you have a problem, you can go somewhere else with that. I'm not cursing at anyone. I'm not doing that tonight. So, Caden Hall, the next time you come out your face calling me outside my name, you're going. You know what? I'm not even gonna play with you because this is a serious topic. For anyone in white, whether you're white, black, Hispanic, orange, yellow, this is a serious topic because there is information being withheld within the schools. They are canceling critical race theory as a whole, not just black history, but as a whole. With critical race theory, they don't want certain things talked about in schools. So, a lot of information. will be withheld in the schools, meaning that true knowledge won't be pushed to your kids like that in the future. They'll be programmed the way they want your kids to be programmed. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm just bringing Black history because, once again, it's Black History Month. A Black person in America. I know Black people that celebrate it. I know Black people that bring it to the forefront. And Kimberly Robinson, I'm gonna tell you exactly what I mean about critical race theory. Let me explain what it is first. Critical race theory is a conceptual framework developed to understand the relationships between social conceptions of race and ethnicity, social and political laws, and mass media. CRT also considers racism to be systematic in various laws and rules, not based only on individual prejudices. The word critical in the name is an academic reference to critical theory, not criticizing or blaming individuals. This is critical race theory. So, based on your politics, once again, your politics play a part in how and what will be introduced into your education system for your children, being taught certain things when it comes down to race, society norms, how to deal with other people's ethnicities, learning about other people's ethnicities, once again, learning about other people's cultures. Some of that stuff will be taken away in the future based on critical race theory. There's things being put in place to cancel certain things, like Latin Heritage Month also is a thing. Am I wrong? There's a Latin Heritage Month, right? So with one being done away with, others will be done as well. So all that learning about other people's culture, period. That's what it comes down to. If you don't want to be informed on other people's culture, then that's fine. But understand that in school it was being taught. All right. There were certain celebrations. I remember being in school and we used to have like a little celebration where if we wanted to bring in food for our classmates based on where we come from or how our culture was and how diverse things were where I come from in Jersey, how diverse things were. It was something to be seen and it was a great celebration. That's going to be soon done away with interacting with other ethnicities like that. It's going to be a one set programming. That's it. It's not going to be learning about other cultures and stuff like that. But dude, can literally ask Gemini what his manufacturers are doing. He'll tell you. Sean and No Drama says hi. Sophie Nevaeh, peace. Glad to see you in here tonight. Kimberly Robinson says, my kids are grown. Hey, listen, if it don't apply, let it fly or scroll away. Those with the ears to hear and understand what the hell is going on, do you believe in a higher power like Donald Trump? White History Month, no, we don't because it's every day. Prince Cash, you out, man. Peace to you. Thanks for being here tonight, brother. Why are they removing the teaching of critical race theory and its by state? Because all across the board, some people feel it's not fair. It's not fair to one said race that we have to learn about another race or culture, or one culture is being put to the forefront and being celebrated on that pretense. See, as soon as you bring up Black History Month, what about white history? What about this history? Well, someone earlier just said at the time of Black history, it was white, orange, and yellow history being at the same time. completely not listening to anything I'm saying, just ready to respond. This is how some of you internet people are. If you're not here for an actual intellectual conversation, you just here to argue or to garner the attention of the host, thinking I'm going to feed into bullshit. I'm not. If you are actually listening and you've been here, you listening. I said I agree with Morgan Freeman, and I could play devil's advocate for those who have fought to have Black history. That's it. Think platypus. Yes, those are ignorant people. Very ignorant. It shows the ignorance. Bronze golden. Peace, love. How you? My favorite color is blue. It's one of my favorite colors. Sensitivity has nothing to do with facts or reality. And that's a fact. I'm dealing with yes, Nipsey Blue, bronze golden. She old point. Nipsey Blue to be specific. Not just your ordinary blue. I'm just dealing with facts, guys. Not feelings. I listen, there's a Latin Heritage Month as well that's be celebrated. That falls under critical race theory. Just understanding and learning about other cultures and the information not being suppressed. That is the point of people celebrating Black history, bringing certain histories that has been suppressed, that has been left out, tried to be erased, certain legacies and history that was stolen. That's why people bring it to the forefront because a lot of people don't know a lot about Black history and how important. Listen to this, my women that are in here. A lot of people don't know how important women played a role in Black history. It's been a lot of powerful women creators in Black history. Peace and love. You guys have a good night. Good night to you, Manic Ricky Adventures. I'm privileged. Roxanne. Roxanne, peace to you. And thanks for being here tonight. And she says, yes, yes. Manic Ricky Adventures. I love women too, brother. My preference is Black women to be exact. I love women. But there's been more powerful Black women than Rosa Parks in our history, like real creators and inventors, businesswomen that don't get the notoriety that they should. Very successful women in our history. And Billy, I'll be a simp for Black women because I was birthed through a Black woman. How about you? Gooey McDougal. Peace, brother. Peace to you. Black history is a part of American history. And yes, that's what I said earlier. I agree with Morgan. That's what Morgan Freeman said. He said he doesn't recognize it as just Black history, it's American history. It is what it is, but see, the problem is it's okay to have pride for every single type of person in America except one type of person. Now, listen, tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this about Black history. If you want to consider it American history, understand what America did to these said Black people as to why now we have to sit here and have a month of Black history is a reason for that. America has did a lot of Black Americans dirty. So you have to take what it is that comes with it. You gotta take what comes with it. If you want to make it real American history, you got to take the good with the bad. That's all I'm saying. So don't get bitter. Don't get uptight. What Jews did. Listen, bro. If you want to be in your feelings and ask about other races and other people and who so who, I'm not talking about that. You want to go another way with the topic? You can go another way with the topic. I'm not going there. I'm just talking facts. That's it. That's it, brother. Billy, show your face, brother, if that's how you feel. Anyone who has something to say that's ill will against any race or gender, make a YouTube channel. Show your face to the people and really speak how you feel instead of coming to a random live and thinking you big and bad. Because none of that impresses me. The real Nika, peace to you. Glad to see you in here tonight. I got a car appointment in a few hours, bro. Keep up. Real talk. Peace. Hey, thank Platypus, man. Be safe out there. I appreciate you for stopping through. And I'm doing great, real Nika. How you? We help build the foundation, of course. It's American history. See, people get tired of hearing that though, Prince. Cash out, cash you out. That's why they don't when it comes up in that form, they don't want to hear the truth of how important of a role that our forefathers, that our foremothers had in American history. I think that more black people should support the Latinos that are getting persecuted for color of their skin. Kermit, I'm gonna stop you right there. Mm-mm. If that's how you think, I would be remiss to let you know that where were the Latinos support when black people were being executed? As to why black people are going to look the other way. That's why you're not getting support. There was no support for the said black people. Look the other way. The real Onika says, "How do you feel about cheaters and heartbreakers? Have you ever been cheated on?" Yes, real Onika. I've been cheated on, and I've cheated before. I've been on lives talking about that. I've caught backlash for saying the truth. It is what it is. My feelings on that is that if you aren't willing to change and take relationships serious, then you shouldn't be in a relationship. Period. Until you are ready to truly commit, be mature about it, and make a decision that you are for one person. Um, and you're sure about that person and that person is sure about you, then you could truly be in a relationship. I'm having I'm having a all right day. I'm having a hard time today, but I'm hanging in there. Yeah, I get you. It's, better days, the real Nick. I could dig it. Hey, Prince, Prince, you cash out, bro. With guys like that using that term, you a simp. It means nothing, bro. Just ignore him, bro. I'm ignoring him. Just ignore him. I said what I said. I'm comfortable in my own skin. Once again, um, however you feel, make a YouTube channel, create a profile, get your numbers up, then show your face and then say how you really feel. Put yourself out there. Jenna Tolls says, I subscribe. I appreciate the sub. Simps don't have pictures. Yeah, it's easy to hide behind a profile with no picture on it and say what you want to say. And that's very easy to do. Trust me, it's very easy to do. Timothy GD says, you creep me out a little bit. It's because of the lighting, my serious face, my demeanor, how I deliver this message. And Jenna Toll says, I wish Martin Luther King was still around. He was a great man. Yeah, they smoked him. We've always supported you guys, brother. Um, if that's how you feel, bro, I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not gonna argue between what group has supported who and what group hasn't. As a collective and as a black community, a lot of the majority of the black community, they ain't with it. That's why you're thinking the way you're thinking. A lot of black people are saying you are on your own because when it was us, we were on our own. You might have your few sprinkled here and there that was with it, but as a majority, a lot of black folk ain't going for that. No way. You're thinking about it on an individual standpoint. When it comes time for a uprising for real, where everybody at? Folks need to ignore delusion, don't care what they want to hear. Don't care what they want to hear. I want to be with somebody that's sure about me because I haven't had real love in almost 10 years. Real Onika. The Prince you cash out says facts. They didn't want to vote for Kamala Harris either. Damn. You bring it to the politics too. They ain't want to vote for the black woman. Hey, listen, man. I ain't gonna get into the politics and and all that, but you know, a lot of that Latino vote did go towards Trump. It did. That's a fact. They want to talk about support. He wants a pat on the head from black feminists who hate him anyway. That's what Billy is on. Billy is saying that I didn't show it because I have decorum about myself and respect for women as a whole. But he is singling out black women and he's saying that I didn't show the message earlier, but he was saying that black women are rabid feminists. Billy said. So being that I didn't show his message, I didn't acknowledge it. He called me a simp for that. Brother, I was trying to protect you. But once again, and that's why I was saying, it's easy to not have a profile pic or any type of content to support on YouTube because with that type of rhetoric you're talking, that'll get you canceled very easily. And no support. I don't know your creed or your color. And that's what I'm saying. It's easy to say what you're saying behind a blank profile, brother. But I'm showing this. He says, I want a pat on the head from black feminists who hate him anyway. Dig this. I got a lot of black women that love me and support my channel because it's respect on this side. And the respect is mutual. And what you don't understand is that words like being a simp and stuff like that, I don't have to simp for anybody. It's about respect with me. They could be feminists, they could be whatever they want. As long as they don't cross the line of disrespect, that's it. And that goes for anybody. Black woman, white woman, Hispanic woman, black man, white man, Hispanic man. Billy, you're tough though. And you're bold because you got a profile with no picture. So people can't identify you. Some of my biggest supporters are black women. Whether they feminists or not makes me know never mind. But as of recent coming on these lives, a lot of black women seem to support me. So I don't know what you're talking about. Bro, if you came together, no one would stop us black and brown together. Kermit, all you doing is I hear you, bro, but it's too little too late on what you're saying. I'm sorry. This is truth here, bro. I'm not trying to pick an argument with you. I'm not You're not going to convince me of anything else as a collective. I hear you. When the shoe was on the other foot, it wasn't these type of talks being talked about black and brown coming together. Uh it was just black people. These are facts, bro. So now that you are, your community and stuff like this seems to be taking a little bit of a thrashing. Now it's about coming together all across the board. And once again, if you want to individualize it, and you could feel how you feel about this. The truth of the matter is, as a whole and as a community, it wasn't like that. It wasn't the same energy when the shoe was on the other foot. Yeah, people do always talk the baddest when they don't got a real profile. I like this demeanor, and I like the fact that he delivers good. I appreciate that, real amigo. Kimberly Robinson says, "Do you believe in psychic readings?" Yes, yes, I do. Would I actually go to a psychic and get a reading? No, I'm good. I'm good on that. Jeremiah Guerrera says, "Are you married?" No, I'm not. I'm single. London says, "Hi, peace. You need to just go on you, You need to just go on a date with some of these black women." I have, brother. I like black women, but you have to be cautious. Brother, I don't need your advice on what to do. Thank you very much. I've been on dates and have dated black women all my life, brother. As to why I'm single, I'm divorced. Does that not hold recourse, or not recourse, but does that take away from me not still supporting black women? My mother was a black woman. She was the one that supported me the most. My mother would turn over in her grave. My mother shared with me one time, though, whoever I decided to be with, and if I found true love, it is what it is. She didn't care about race or color like that. But if she ever heard me to say I'm going to calling black women out of their name, she would turn over in her grave, bro. I was raised by a black woman. It's shameful, bro. to disrespect to disrespect black women. If you got sisters out there, if you got a black mother out there, and you out here disrespecting black women, you come from a black woman. You hold traits like that black woman. You hold the same as a black man. If you black out there and you talking that shit about black women, dig this. If you're not biracial or anything, you come from a black womb. You hold the same traits as a black woman. So I will seriously watch your mouth talking about black women and disrespecting them. I've dated black women all my life. That doesn't mean shit. It really don't. What it means is that you need to stop dating. control yourself and be single for a minute like I am. That's it. Kermit says, I appreciate your honesty and opinion. Therefore, I subscribe. God bless. Hey, Kermit, I appreciate that, bro. I appreciate your support. I really do appreciate that, bro. God bless you too. Listen, once again, I wish that the black, brown, Latino people can truly come together as a unit, as one, because there are power in numbers. And once we realize our history and the land that we come from is all the same, we're all the same people, for real, just scattered. But there's a separation because of said cultures, how certain communities move. And then when you deal with colorism, even in some of these Latino countries, the darker skin Latinos are looked at a little bit different than the lighter skin Latinos. So they have to deal with their own colorism and racism within their own country, bro. Just saying. There's a lot of layers to peel back when it comes to really coming together. But listen, man, one of my best friends to this day, I always, whenever someone comes from Texas and says shout out Texas, whatever, one of my best friends, bro, is Puerto Rican. He's Latino, bro. One of my closest homie. He has a July birthday just like me, everything, bro. This is my best friend. We didn't won we don't won a championship together and all that. Playing sports. This is my homie, bro. No bullshit. I consider him one of my best friends. Top 3 friends I ever had in my life. When his mom died, I cried, bro. I'm pretty sure when my mom died, he cried as well. But when his mom died, I cried, bro. Rest in peace to Miss Wanda. His mother was like a mother to me, and then vice versa. Like we really held so close of a bond, and we was around each other so much that even our parents held a special place, you know what I mean, for us in their hearts, bro. It's real shit. So I get it. If you still in here, Kermit, I really get it. I really wish it can be like that as a collective whole. I understand exactly what you're saying, bro. But as a collective, it's a separation, bro, and it's tough. Linda says, "You're incredible, sir. I'm all right." Humbly, I try to be understanding on both sides and dealing with certain topics. The more you take of me, the more you leave behind. What am I? The dude says, "The more you take of me, the more you leave behind. What am I?" I don't know, the dude. Kimberly Robinson says, "Will I die from grief? Only if you allow it to. If you allow the grief to consume you." Ooh, the dude says, "Footsteps." That's a good one. Linda says, "Can I get to know you?" Everybody's getting to know me a little bit on these YouTube lives. Just subscribe, stay tuned. So if I ask your ex-wife, I bet she'll tell all the negative about you. I'm just saying, they can be spiteful. Jeremiah Guerrero. Listen to this, Jeremiah Guerrero. I share a kid with my ex-wife too, right? And he's a junior. Her first son, my first son, is named after the father. I don't control how anyone talks about me, brother. I don't control that. The thing is that she's not the spokesperson for me. So if she decides to speak negative to me about me to other people, that's on her. Understand this though, that she chose to be in a relationship with me for 10 plus years, chose to get married to me after that time, chose to lay down and have my seed. So if she talks negative about me, does that say more about me or actually her? I don't care how she talks about me, even to this day. I'm pretty sure she talks negative about me. Do I care? No, because her actions say totally opposite. I wasn't that negative for you to. So once again, that doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything, brother. I get strangers who talk negative about me, men and female. What does that make the men that come on here and talk negative about me, brother? You just want to talk. You seem like a womanizer, sir. You see how we could throw these terms around at each other? Well, you haven't thrown no terms at me, but the way you are going on about this topic and women and black women in specific being rabid or radical feminists, you seem like a womanizer, sir. Brother, all man is the same, only ideology and bring it up. Separate us. We all share blood and skin. Unfortunately, greed and sin exist in all color of man. Prince Cash you out says, "Stop crying, Jeremiah. Nobody's going to tell you what you want to hear." Yeah, I don't know what it is that you want, Jeremiah. Now you ask me, can I bench 225? Friendly neighborhood troll says hi, peace. I am here and I heard your eloquent words. My only point is that we're fighting against the same enemy and he's winning right now. It's not my battle to fight, brother. It's not our Some of us, it's not our battle to fight, bro. We have our own battles to fight. Some of the battles we fight on our own. Kimberly, I thank you for that donation, sis. Thank you. Sincerely, that's gratitude, and I appreciate you. Linda says, "Absolutely gorgeous you are." I appreciate that, Linda. Man. And Kimberly Robinson says, "You deserve more recognition." And here comes the haters. Haters. You see, the thing is brothers, is that you think getting a girl or having a female shows some type of prove. Like I have something to prove to you guys. Got nothing to prove to anyone, especially not no other man. Hello today. How's your day today? Oh, Benji Coleman. My day is going great, brother. Linda says, "Do not entertain fools." Nah, they got it. They're absolutely right. They get annoying to y'all. It's actually funny to me. I get entertained when who is this Asylum fan page says, "Would you like to appear on the Asylum Sunday night?" Steve Billings, Asylum Steve Billings, the host is from TMZ. You meet the man who met Harvey Levin. Um, you a troll, bro. If not, you know how to get in contact with me. My email is in my description. Said block him. I'm gonna get him out of here. Don't worry about it. And once when the people say certain people start getting annoying, I get them up out of here. That's it. Bro, I mean, if you was some real alpha, you wouldn't be offended by what I'm saying. I'm not offended at all, sir. And I never claimed to be an alpha. See, that's the thing. You have a misconception of me, and I thank you for acknowledging me as such. I never claimed to be anything, brother. I let my energy and the people do the talking like you are. You just talking. So I thank you for that acknowledgement. And I'm actually not an alpha. I'm more of a sigma male. I stand alone, self-independent, um, self-efficient. I don't rely on the outside to influence me or get my validation from the outside as much. It's all self-sustaining as a man that you truly need. I think that you low-key hate men like me. The same way that you may be a womanizer, you hate men like me who can stand in their power and have the influence over women, whether she's a feminist or not. Trust me, all that feminist shit goes out the window when they come across a true G like me. You don't know how to deal with women. That's your issue. Very angry. Jasmine Jones, I'm glad to see you in here tonight, love. Had a rough night last night. I'm taking the night off from live. I hope you had a great day. I'm gonna comment here and there, but I'm here supporting. I appreciate the support, sis. Thank you. And I hope all is well with you. And whatever is going on with you, I hope everything gets right with you. Peace, love. And don't get taken too much off of your course. Keep doing your thing, for sure, for sure. But we all need that break sometimes off of these lives. So I get it. Jeremiah Guerrero, I don't think everybody trolling you still in here, right? You still in here. Because I want people like you to really hear the message and see in live and direct how I deal with women. And I want to keep you in here because you know what I mean? You feel like you in competition with me somehow, some way. So I'm gonna show you how much competition you got. And nah, Jasmine Jones, you good. I'm glad you hear those, sis. And yeah, him Chucky is going up out of here. But I'm keeping Jeremiah Guerrero close though. He's in fear though that I'm about to get rid of him. He says, "Yo, this guy think everybody trolling." Nah, I don't think everybody trolling. You're still in here, Jeremiah. Don't worry, stay close. As he says, story time. And London says, "Your teeth are so beautiful." Yes, I appreciate that. These people hating have no intelligence, only insults. They do nothing for their community. That's a fact. Just a bunch of talking heads thinking they have that much power. JA says, "What's up, brother? Peace, man. Russian fighter, you're going." And H Josh says, "You F with snow bunnies." I love all women, bro. If he was a real alpha, he would have a picture and not talking behind curtains. And I appreciate the love, Jasmine Jones. She says, like, share, and subscribe to this amazing, handsome, intelligent man. I appreciate that, Jasmine. And Jay, um, Olivia says hi. Peace, Olivia. And Jay, I talk politics to a certain extent, but I don't go too crazy with the politics because I tend to stay away from that. I don't pay too much attention to the politics. It reminds me of it's just like another distraction, bro, to me personally. Shelly Gordon says, East Side, Compton. Shelly Gordon, great to see you in here again in another live. I appreciate you for being here. I appreciate that. I appreciate everyone that's in this live right now. You're just sitting back doing your thing. Right now is an open topic. I talked about a certain topic earlier. I'm off it now. That's the thing. I don't stay on one topic for too long. Especially when I know I've triggered some people, caught the effects of some people. Glad to be black. I hear that, Shelly Gordon. I went to school with guys like you. I never felt any pressure from them at all. What does that mean? Kermit says LBC. In light of Black History Month, do you agree more with peaceful approach like King promoted, or more forceful approach like Malcolm promoted? They both hold a regard. I was just on Black History before. Um, that's why I said I was getting off the topic because I brought a little something to light, talking about both sides on how whatever the case may be, right? But to answer your question, I'm gonna just get straight to it. Um, and Kimberly Robinson, I appreciate that donation. Thank you for staying up. Can I ask what you think about what you think of the name Jehovah? All right, hold on, Kimberly Robinson. Let me answer JA's question first. Um, I consider both to be great in their own rights. MLK was promoting peace, wanting to integrate everybody. Is at the time of segregation and the rights of the black people, how black people were treated at that said time. He was pushing peace for us to come together as a community and work as one. Malcolm was on the other side of us not integrating, and he was on a stance that on one side were a natural, peaceful people, and on the other side were devils. And he brought cases up to that point of how the other side was treating us to make his case that they were devils, and we naturally weren't on that type of time. And so when it was all said and done, both hold their rights and their right, how they stood in Black history, how they affected their communities and their approach. Me myself, I'm a peaceful person. That's why I greet people as they come into the chat. If you notice, I say peace. I say peace to Prince You Cash Out. I say peace because it's about how you present yourself, right? So I come in peace. But until I see otherwise, I can switch from MLK to Malcolm real fast because I understand when people see that you are coming in peace, they can take that as a weakness. They can take that as that they can play with you. Dig what I'm saying? So there's a time and place where you can tap into Malcolm's spirit and let these devils know that they cannot play with you on a certain level. But I'd rather not stay in that lane because, you could harbor those feelings for certain people that don't deserve it. And that's where it could get tricky at with that Malcolm approach. You dig what I'm saying? Not everybody has that same recourse. Now, Kimberly, wanted to ask, and once again, thank you for that donation, Kimberly. On the name Jehovah, and I always bring this, not always bring this up, but when this topic comes along, the letter J didn't exist until the 1500s, and that name is supposed to be related to the name of God. What I've been put up on research for myself, that the name of God is Yahweh, YHWH, no vowels, originated at the time when these letters and all this other stuff came to fruition. But man has had so much of an effect on the English language, on our writing systems, and inputting their own letters how they see fit. Um, is a veil that's put over what people are actually worshiping under that name of Jehovah. And that's just my opinion. I know we have people who are Jehovah's Witnesses and stuff like that. Other people who just recognize his name as Jehovah. That letter J is very tricky, very very tricky. Supposed to feel pressure. And Command Shep says both were equally necessary. Yeah, no, that's for sure. People are beginning to notice. Says hi, peace. I wouldn't classify Malcolm style as forceful. There's different kings. Yeah. Once again, not forceful. With Malcolm, he wasn't out there being forceful with violence, but he said if it came down to, we gotta do what we gotta do for real because we're tired of not protecting ourselves and being taken advantage of. So we must get out of that weak way of thinking and being peaceful all the time. London says you like big girls. I like my girls on the thicker side. Yeah. No body shaming though. I don't want to body shame anybody, but there's a certain limit. There's a certain limit where I go. I like my girls thicker. How do you feel about nuclear energy versus fossil fuels? Nuclear energy sounds dangerous, brother. I think the natural fuels need to be used as much as we can. But, JA says, I'm white, by the way. Didn't know you got off the topic. Nah, you're good. Just jumped in and noticed a lot of people saying stuff about being black. Hopefully, America will be peaceful. I'm scared for our kids in this country. JA, I appreciate you, brother. And I brought up the same thing about the kids in the future. And someone said earlier, my kids are grown. And I said, see, you're only worried about you and until it hits your home. Until it hits close to you, that's when you want to start to care. A lot of people don't care because it isn't affecting them directly. So some of the topics that I talk about and bring up, being that it doesn't affect them directly, or you get one of a kind like you, JA, that's another race, and we talk about certain topics, and you are still willing to actually listen to what I'm saying and not take it for me being racist against anyone because of their color. I just state facts, bro. I would hope for a more peaceful world as well. I'm very hopeful for that. But when you have people that aren't willing to really understand you and how your people are. And not that I'm the spokesman for every black person out here, but there seems to be a common thing that we are misunderstood on a vast level, bro. So moving peaceful and trying to get our message across in a peaceful way doesn't work all the time. So that's and it goes back to, moving like Martin or Malcolm. You really get the attention of the people when you start forcing your way. And that's not just with like like going into battle or war, but it's also with your words. I get what brother was saying now when he was saying forceful. Like Malcolm was very powerful with his words and what he was saying. Very powerful. They Malcolm and Mount Martin both delivered speeches in a powerful way, but Malcolm was he was talking with a lot of force. Like he wasn't playing around. Hopefully we can teach peace to our children of all colors. Yes. Shelly Gordon says, I'm more on Malcolm X. Right. Not funny, Jeremiah heard. Okay. Yeah, Kermit, he supported everyone. He wanted everyone to be one community. Vader says, hi, peace. Barco is still on this multiverse thing, bro. Oh man, Barco, bro, I appreciate your diligence, bro, and your patience. What about the multiverse? What about it, Barco? You tell us what about the multiverse. Put everybody on what the multiverse is, brother. Jay says, I follow Jesus and our calling is to stand strong and pursue peace with all men. There's no black and white in the church. Actually, I don't think we should have white and black churches. But there are, brother. There is black and white churches. There's different denominations of those set churches. You have Protestant, you have your Methodist, you have your you have many things, you have your Baptist. You have a lot of breakdowns of churches and how they do things in those set churches. That's why I don't do religion, bro, because it creates separation. It creates a divide amongst the people. Jasmine Jones says, I used to do home health care and I had a 93-year-old gentleman that marched with Dr. King. The stories he told me were fascinating. I felt so honored. Yeah, to be around people like that actually lived through that time, I can only imagine was a beautiful thing. I always call elders, and especially that old, walking libraries. It's better to get those said experiences from people that actually been through it and was actually there, seen it from their own eyes, had actually had that energy spread, than to read it on an article or in a book. To actually be around someone live and direct is more. You get more of the feel because of their expression, how they can express themselves, how they were feeling at that time, what they got to actually see. You look like a main character from a zombie show. That's funny. Martin Luther King said, just lay down and accept the ass kicking. Malcolm said, eye for an eye. Shelly Gordon said, yeah, nah, Malcolm was on timing. He was on that timing for real. And once again, when you get tired of being beat, taken advantage of, and your peace is being disturbed, being taken advantage of, you got to try another way. And that's what Malcolm was. He was the other way to go. Shelly Gordon says, you said you like your girls, but you said what kind of low? We couldn't hear you. Oh, you want me to say it again? I wasn't loud enough. I like my girls on the thicker side. Once again, I don't body shame anything like that. I do have a limit of how thick you can be. That's just my preference. I was abducted by Rastafarian aliens from outer space. All right, bro. I'm not even gonna it really communicates that a person rejects education if they judge those by their skin color. Yeah, and Kimberly Robinson, I appreciate the donation again. Thank you. Did you know witnesses? Jehoshaphat is a biblical character whose name is spelled the same way in Hebrew. You are valuable, and I am listening to you. No, I didn't. Well, I worked with a Jehovah's Witness, and I could not tell that brother anything. I couldn't tell him anything. Anything? And I could not tell him nothing. You hear me? And I mean, this it wasn't even on um some topics wasn't even based around religion. I couldn't everything was an argument with this brother because he felt he knew it all. You know why? Because when you have a God complex and you feel like your God is better than everyone else's God, you can pick up on certain people's personalities and how they are and how they revere themselves. Now dealing with any other topic outside of that, he felt he was right about everything. To me, it had to do a lot with him being Jehovah's Witness. Because what I get from Jehovah's Witnesses and the Jehovah's Witness that used to come straight to your doorstep, and that's what I was about to say, but I had to bring up my coworker because he had this God complex about him. And I don't like people like that, know it alls, and feel that through their religion, that they got a more personal relationship with God than you do because of their religion. So I just kept my mouth shut around him most of the time. I didn't get into the religious talk with him too much, but he would bring it up, and I would just ask him questions. I wouldn't give my input because it would ensue into an argument. And I'm not going to argue with you, and especially at work. We're not doing that. We're not arguing at work. And we've argued before, and that's the thing. We've argued before, but I've seen the way it has gone. And it was about simple stuff. Now, when you want to bring in the aspect of God, hell no, not doing it. So I let him have that. I let him have it. Just ask him certain questions. Now, other witnesses that come up to your door, to the threshold of your door, very intrusive, very very intrusive, pushing their ideology on the people at their property, on their property. It's not the way. When I see witnesses and they do that, or anyone going door to door pushing an agenda, I don't think that's right and I don't think that's cool. Now, as far as Jehoshaphat and him being a biblical character, um, and if it's spelled the same way in Hebrew, that's fine. All I know is that once again, that letter J did not exist before the 1500s. So what was his name? Who is he for real, before that time? If that letter never existed before that said time. I'm going to sub. You've been very respectful. Jay, I appreciate that, man. Shelly Gordon, I got thick parts. All right, Shelly Gordon, you. Um, I don't conform to any religion, creed, gang. I don't pick no political side. I don't conform to none of that, bro. No denomination of nothing. Common Shep said it's a cult. I don't conform to no cult, creed, gang, groups, none of that, bro. I'm a spiritual being living a human experience. I practice spirituality. Prince Cash You Out says, Command Shep, bingo. When the Jehovah's Witnesses come through and they are doing their recruiting tactics, mm, and this has only happened to me on a couple times. I don't know if they still doing that now, but when used to live in Jersey, it was more common for them to do that in that area, be around there. It reminds me of going on a crusade to see who they can recruit. It's a modern day crusade that Jehovah's Witnesses do to come to your doorstep and convince you of their God. Everything is life or death to them because they are taught that way. And so they won't hear anything you say. Yeah, I didn't do it, bro. Damn, Yoki Street, bro. I didn't do no burpees today, man. I didn't exercise today. I did new content drop for my semen retention guys, or just for overall you guys. Just curious about the channel and the content that I create is based around semen retention, men practicing celibacy, um, building up masculine power, building up your spiritual power. And Moonlight, no, I've been 3 months off of marijuana. Pros, proselytizing feels very intrusive on the receiving side. What? Floor, Floor says, eat wholesome fat? I don't know. I know a lot of the J's are supposed to be replaced with Y. Originally Y. And Craven Moorhead, you are a savage for that. I'm not saying that. Zullah says, "Are you former JW?" Um, if you're asking me, am I a former Jehovah's Witness? No, I was never Jehovah's Witness. I had them come up to my door before. Thank you for that, and I'm sorry for your experience, Kimberly Robinson. No, I mean it wasn't. It's not like it was a traumatizing experience. It's just I know how to deal with people with that. One being a close coworker, knowing how to deal with people that have that God complex. Um, and then with Jehovah's Witnesses coming to my door, um, I remember seeing it in movies and it being a thing, and other people talking about it. And not until it happens to you, it catches you off guard a little bit. You're already wary about like who the hell is coming to my, you know what I mean? I didn't call nobody over here or invite nobody. Who is this? Then when you see who it is, they don't know what type of condition you're in or what you're going through. If you got something, you know what I mean? It's and it's not like they're disrespectful with it, but it's like a tactic that they use, and I don't, I never that never sat right with me. And that one person says, "Yeah, I feel like proselyti- proselytizing was more common when I was younger." Yeah, when I was younger, it seems like they was doing it more. Nowadays, and also I live in a different area now. But I used to live not so close to a Kingdom Hall. Um, many like about before I moved out to Pennsylvania, when I was still living in Jersey, before we moved, there was a Kingdom Hall maybe about like 10 minutes away from us. Um, and for those that don't know, a Kingdom Hall is like Jehovah's Witness church. Call them Kingdom Halls. So there was one that was around me. It was like 10 minutes away. So they were around, but not moving around as much. Danny Lockett says, "How much do you bench?" 225, bro. It sounds spiritual to say that you don't stand in any camp, but it's not very helpful. Do you agree? It's not helpful to who exactly? I'm not trying to help anyone but myself, brother. J.A. And that's the point. I'm under the belief that I'm my own savior. I can only truly save myself. Waiting for any outside deity to come save me would be a waste of time. I would be wasting time. And you say, why do I feel like standing on a definition of what you believe to be negative? Why do you feel like standing on a definition of what you believe to be negative? I don't understand that question. What did I say was anything negative? I just said what I don't do. Did I ever say I recommend you guys to do this move the same way that I'm moving? No. No. See, that's the thing. Active listening is very important. And people are quick to judge someone who say they don't conform to religion, to a political party, to a cult, to a creed, to a denomination. Do I look like I need help? Let me know. I can't do semen retention. It comes out when I sleep. Okay. Once when you say you can't, then you're right. You're absolutely right if you can't do it. Jay says, for example, if I say I'm Jehovah's Witness, doesn't that tell you a lot about my beliefs and is helpful to you? I'm not, by the way. I'm non-denom. JA, if someone told me that they were Jehovah's Witness, I'll tell you a lot about my beliefs. Um, yes, it'll tell me something about your beliefs, right? But I don't care because once again, if I know about your beliefs, I can only know but so much, right? It's about your actions. You can be whatever you like, but I'm just going to watch how you act. People swear up and down that they're Christian, but do they actually follow the code on how they are supposed to act? This same dude, let me tell you guys this. The same dude that I worked with, right? That said he was Jehovah's Witness, right? And you would think, 3 kids, married, worked in his warehouse, but he would gossip and talk about the other females in there. Openly talk about a crush that he had on these females and a certain female that he had. Long story short, bro, you can say whatever you are, any denomination, whatever you to make yourself seem holier than thou, or that you know better than the other person, that your relationship with God is better than the other person. What's going to be more helpful to me is me watching you in action. See, doing all this talk and saying that you're this, Jesus loves you and that's all cool and dandy. How you act and what you are doing behind closed doors really says more about you. That's why I say I don't care, because I'm not going to watch you behind. I'm not going to be sneaking around the corners to see, or stalking you to see what you really about. At the end of the day, you got to live with yourself. And all that Christianity, all that godlyhood and all that shit, when people get home and close their doors, a lot of that shit goes out the window. Abigail Hollis, peace to you, sis. Great to see you in here tonight. I'm not in the dark. I got intimate lighting in here tonight. I've been doing this more often, and people, you know what I mean? More intimate of a experience. Dimming the lights down, having the people, dig the vibe. It's more of a vibe. And the person said, "Oh, sorry." Proselytize means the action of attempting to convert someone from. That's why I thought it was the one person. That's what I assumed it to be. But proselytizing means the action of attempting to convert someone from one religion, belief, or opinion to another. And Kimberly Robinson, once again, I appreciate you for the donation. Kimberly Robinson says, I was raised in faith and I appreciate you. I appreciate you too. Thank you. And Prince You Cash Out says they call it ministry. They really out here like a crusade, out on a crusade, recruiting. But Kimberly Robinson, I was raised in faith too. My mother was an avid churchgoer every Sunday. The thing is that we were raised like that. Did you actually have a choice? Did you have a choice to actually go to church? Were you waking up on your own, getting ready for church, or did you have to get woken up to go to church? Let's be honest, people. When you were younger, some people say they were raised a certain way. I like to say we were programmed a certain way. I'm just willing to call it for what it is. I was forced to go to church. For real, for real. As a youngin', I was forced. I was woken up on that Sunday morning, early as hell, because I had to deal with now waking up, um, not really sleeping in like the way I wanted to, because I had to go to school that Monday morning, wake up early as hell. So that actual weekend, I'm supposed to be getting my rest, getting ready for school, a 5-day week of school, of waking up. I had to now sacrifice another day. So it's not me really choosing my faith. It was chosen for me, just like it was chosen for a lot of you guys. Let's be real. Let's be real here. Your faith wasn't chosen by you. It was chosen by someone else who was raising you, and you were forced into it. It's like an arranged marriage. You didn't choose to be married to that person. That arrangement was made for you. Serious question, Jasmine Jones says. I've been celibate for 7 years now, but what are your thoughts about taking care of it yourself? Can I still consider myself celibate? Um, it gets tricky. It gets very tricky. So with men, right? It works a little bit different, because with semen retention, we are actually retaining our life force energy. We are retaining our fluid. So we can't count it as like you're counting it like a 7 year. That's why a lot of guys call when they release a relapse or they release or something like that, because once when we let that go, we that's it. So when we actually retain, we're retaining and keeping our seminal fluid in, right? For females, works a little bit different. If y'all take matters into your own hands, um, and whatever y'all doing, that's on y'all. Once again, I'm not a physician on this. I'm not, I don't got no doctorate in any science, anything like this. But I know for sure for men, they always have a tendency to having to start over the clock. A lot of guys like to track the days that they're on semen retention because they are counting the days where they don't release. So as many days that they don't release any semen, they will keep counting those days until they release. Then they got to start back over from day one, and then they'll count those days that they are actually retaining. Now, celibacy, just not having sex with a partner, that's a little bit different. So you can count that as you not being with a partner for that many set of years. But if you aren't pleasuring yourself and stuff like that, I wouldn't count that as real, celibacy if you're not, releasing. A lot of guys do something that's called edging too. I guess they'll please themselves to a certain point until they don't release. I don't believe in that either because I feel like you're setting yourself up for failure. And you're not really, there's no real benefit in that. You're still pleasure seeking, still seeking pleasure. Now, once again, this guy's body, they do what they do to try to get by. Um, and then men can also still have sex without releasing. You can still be on semen retention and have sex and just hold on to your semen, not release. Command Shep says they get incredibly disrespectful when it comes to family who isn't in their cult. Command Shep, didn't you say you was a former Jehovah's Witness? I remember being in the chat. I don't know if it was you, Command Shep, but I remember someone saying that they actually have been to the I was about to call it recruiting stations. I don't know. Pardon me, guys. And once again, I don't come at anyone's religion in per se unless you really take me there. Because I can tell when some people try to make it seem like their God is better and all this other stuff, or being condescending. Then I gotta take you through what I gotta take you through. But let me get through the chat. Um, those young guys could be out doing worse things. Oh boy. Whether it's the Mormons do the same thing too. Jehovah's Witness, whatever. I respect their dedication, and I'm an atheist. Papa Pink Eye. Um, that's a fact. They could be out there doing worse things, but I don't think on that negative type time that they could be doing worse things. They can actually be doing other things, but trying to recruit the people. Invasion of privacy. Sometimes it can be. People don't just want random people walking on their property, ringing their doorbell, talking about God. So someone can respect it, but when they are on a crusade going through your neighborhood, um, how respectable is it if someone doesn't want people coming up to their front doorstep unannounced? That's crossing a line of disrespect, if you ask me. No disrespect, man, but I'm not conforming. You are rejecting, right? Jay, like you said something right now, very huge. You believe you don't need saving. Saving from what? What does saving mean to you? How many, Jay, how many times do you have to repent for your sins? And I asked the question too, like, does it look like I need a savior or saving from something? This is the thing, brother, about me. I know how to take accountability for my actions and myself. That takes growth and that takes being a man. That has nothing to do with religion. But when people try to push religion on you, they tell you you need a savior. And I ask them for what? I'm a grown ass man. I make my own decisions. My hands are clean. I know how to walk in my cleanliness. I don't have a lustful spirit. I did all that work for inner self, not any outside gratification. What do I actually need saving from? Am I then you're asking, but I'm not conforming? You are rejecting, right? If you want to be technical or if you want to switch up the words, then that's on you. You can take it how you want. I said what I said. Commune Shep says, Jay, most people who restrict themselves to religious labels become and are hypocrites simply because of the labels they are strictly defined themselves with. And thank you, Kimberly Robinson. I'm glad you're enjoying the convo. Black man, believe in yourself and be strong. Jazz, and peace to you. We as black men will come together and protect and build ourselves once more. Much love, black man. I appreciate you. Jazz Ocean. Very first thing he said, black man, believe in yourself. Thank you, Jazz Ocean. Um, Oliver Gaming, peace. Yeah, that was you, Command Chat. He said I was born into it. And Kimberly Robinson's, why is that? I don't remember that. I think you're talking about when I made the comment earlier about actually choosing yourself, you making the conscious effort of saying, I would like to go to church today. I want to be a part of this religion of what's going down. Jasmine Jones says, I wanted your opinion because when guys try to talk to me, I tell them straight up I'm celibate. And one guy asked me if I take care of it myself. I didn't answer him, but he really had me thinking. Um, yeah, like I said, Jasmine, Jasmine Jones, with guys is a little bit different. But as far as like our releasing, that's like semen retention. Celibacy is more, I get what you're saying though. Celibacy is more of the actual act of being sexually active for real with another person. That's why I come to understand it as. And once again, I put this out here. Guys, we are able to have sex with females and not release. So we can still be sexually active. It's called non-ejaculatory sex. If you got control enough, you could get up in there, do what you got to do, get up out of there, and not release if you're strong enough. The thing is that with females, that I noticed that they get pleasure when their man releases. It lets them know that they stuff is good, right? But if you female, you gotta have a female that understands like it ain't you for real that I can't or I'm not releasing. Um, this is funny, yo. It's more so that you're trying to retain seed for real. So it's if you're still trying to retain, that's why I tell guys you can be married and in a relationship and still be on semen retention. It's just about communicating with your partner, letting them know what's going on, and letting them know, like, listen, I'm not really trying to release like that. We still do it, but if I don't release, don't think once again I'm dealing with someone else, or you think you know what I mean. I think that you think that you whack. It's just me still just trying to hold on to see. That's it. But it takes discipline. That also ejac- non-ejaculatory sex takes practice as well. Shelly Gordon says, went to church with my G mom. Never went to church with my mother. She made us walk to church. My mother made us say our prayers before we eat. And at night, she used to make us get on our knees and pray before we go to bed. A lot of making you make me do this, make me do that. She also made me do this, made me do that. It's a lot of making you do it. Did you actually want to do that stuff? Or did it become a point that you were just doing it now for so long that now, since you are programmed to just do it, it became normal to you? Did you actually choose, or you were made to do it so much that now it just became normalized? You became sensitive to your feelings and how you actually felt about it. Now you were doing it just because you were programmed to do it. And I'm sorry for those that are in here right now and hearing me say this, but I want you to really consider and think. Just think about it. Yeah, you definitely have to have that talk with a woman. As a woman, I know we feel some type of way if the man doesn't complete. Offended in a way. Thank you, Jasmine Jones. That's why communication is key. I be trying to let these guys know, man. I be on some shit. I be knowing. And once again, having that talk with a female can be difficult, and understanding women, having a new appreciation for women. That's why I said it takes time, guys, to really be on the practice. Take your time, take a step back, analyze yourself, what's going on with you and what you want, and then not just communicating with women, but this effective communication with women. Shelley Gordon says, when we were told to say our prayers before we eat our dinner, it didn't bother me. And before we went to bed, we have to get on our knees and pray. Didn't bother me as well. It didn't bother you. Did you make the choice on your own though? Or did you have to be taught to do those things? What I'm trying to get to is that you were given command over what you was supposed to do, right? You were given command and taught how to pray a certain way also, because if it was natural, I'm pretty sure you would have did it in your own way, in your own style, without being introduced to whatever religious figure that was put forth in front of you. For real, for real. Shelly Gordon, did you ever have dolls when you were a little girl? Bronze Golden, Bronze Golden says majority of the men that approach me seem to desire sex without waiting a certain amount of time. Most men don't know how to disengage and retain. Why can't we chill without these men wanting my kitty right away? Bronze Golden, because they have no set boundaries or standards for themselves and their energy. Me personally, 30 days. I need to know you 30 days minimum. Not even after that 30 days, it might be a guarantee that I'll try to pull something on you. For real, for real. I'm dead serious. I've done this each and every time ever since I've been on semen retention and I began to talk to a female and we got to a point where, communication is like we getting somewhere, 30 days, you on a time clock, 30 days. That's me personally. 1 month, right? Before I engage with any type of sexual advance, even if I do. Straight up. It's a standard. Once when guys have really taken the time for themselves to understand their energy and how valuable their semen is, um, there's a certain standard that you hold yourself up to. You understand once again, you just understand your energy more. And you're not so freely just to give it away. So you have to have these standards for yourself as men out here. Shelly Gordon says, I wouldn't even trip if a man don't complete long as I get mine. I hear that. Makes a good point. The religion is largely directly from your family, upbringing. Poppy Pink Eye, that's what I'm trying to get to. Yes, Shelly Gordon says, I was taught. Yeah. This wasn't something that was naturally that you were doing. And I asked if you had like dolls, and for my guys, you've had action figures. I heard this analogy before. When you had your dolls and action figures, you used to use your imagination that at one point that those dolls or that action figure was actually real. You actually put power into those inanimate objects, made time for those inanimate objects, and thought they were real. I say that to say this. When you were a child, you were taught religion. You actually thought these things were real that you were being taught. Just think about it. That's why I tell them straight up. I'm so you don't know. Real Nika says they back. 30 days is a good time to get to know each other. Yeah. Nah, 30 days is definitely good enough time to figure out what's going on with that person, a good month. Um, and then you take it from there. And I'm not saying 30 days and then I'm ready to go. That's not what I'm getting to. But if we're on the level of talking for real, and once again getting to know each other, 30 days is my standard. Nothing less than that. With that 30 days, I think that's enough dates that we could go on in that set amount of time. We would spend enough time around each other, get enough conversation, um, and all that. As a kid, I would not have known to give thanks before I'd ate and to say our prayers before we went to bed if my mother wouldn't have taught us. And I'm not saying anything was is wrong with that or is wrong with that. You're supposed to express gratitude. You're supposed to express gratitude for the food that you're eating. This is gratitude. Supposed to give reverence for the and gratitude for the bed, the shelter that's over your head, the bed that you're sleeping in. All right. The practice of gratitude is a real thing, but we were taught, programmed a different way on how to do it. We were programmed to pray in the name of whose name at the end of your prayers, right? And that's where I'm going with it. It's a different shift of having gratitude or giving it over to a Christ figure for making all things possible, or the actual people that made it happen for you, you give actual reverence to and gratitude to for the things that you have and being grateful for what you have. It's a different shift when you start to practice one, or if you were taught a certain way, you were programmed that way to pray a certain way. That's it. The real Nika says people just only care about surface level connections. They don't care about the deeper connection or the connection with the mind, or they can just care about the connection with the body. As soon as they get whim of someone fresh and new, move on to fresh and new. As a kid, my mother didn't. Hold on, let me get this guy up out of here. Didn't buy us baby dolls. She never bought us a Barbie doll, and my mother had all girls. Damn, that's crazy. I never had a Barbie doll either, or dolls. Period. Very religious household. RSVP. Damn, that's crazy. I never had some of you females never had Barbie dolls. That's cool though. Teaching children they go to hell for eternal torture for thinking a different way or asking questions is cruel and shameful. And Poppy Pink Eye, that's what I was trying to get to. Exactly what I was trying to get to. When you're given things, right, as a child, and with a child's vast imagination and how the mind can go, when you hear certain kids even talk nowadays and how they could just say whatever that's on their mind, that's because up here it's just coming from a place where it's very advanced, but their imagination. And that's why I wanted to bring up the reference of like the Barbie dolls and stuff like that. Anyone who has had them, or just follow me here, right? Once again, the imagination and actually bringing those things to life because you're using your imagination, right? Now you have an adult figure telling you what Poppy Pink Eye is saying, teaching your children that you may be going to hell and burning in the lake of fire as a child, being told this, hearing these stories, if you don't conform or go this way. You were taught that that was real. You were programmed as a child that was real. What I'm saying is it was just as real as those Barbie dolls. Whether you had them or not, but just follow me here. That imagination that is used by kids that did have those dolls, guys out here with the action figures, we did the same thing. We had the action figures or the little army guys or whatever case may be. We used our imagination and brought those things to life. And we really thought those things were real. We gave them names. Some of us we gave our stuff names, made sure we set them up a certain way. We brought those things to life. Now, being told as a child that part, damn, most people don't understand the level of energy you put on yourself sleeping with someone. Yes, Jasmine Jones, that it's very deep. RSVP says their kids starving in Africa, and this kid's starving in the USA, right here in these states. Also, if you were born in Saudi Arabia, you'll be Muslim. Thailand, you'll be Buddhist, etc., etc. It's taught from family and culture. Poppy Pink Eye. That's a fact, indeed. They just expose you on. Yeah, right. Let me get you up out of here. Backpacker. What's the topic? I gotta catch up to the chat for real. They out of here, the real niggas. That's it's yeah. It's just we pray to our Father which are in heaven. I don't think so. Guys, don't pay attention to the trolls. Backpack. Yeah, right. Yeah, accusing someone of being a PDF on a live is crazy. Kimberly Robinson said he literally told me I would die from grief. Who told you that, Kimberly Robinson? I have a question out of curiosity. Were you ever forced to go to church or was it something that you were willing to do as a kid? I said it before, my mother used to force me to go to church. I've made conscious efforts as I got older to go to church, but by that time I was already within the program. Hello, my non-religious friend. Natazar, you could just respectfully greet me as my YouTube name or anything else. It don't have to go there, brother. But yeah, as a kid though, Bronze Golden, I didn't have no choice whether I did not want to go. But I remember as a child that I didn't want to go at times for real. I was forced to. I didn't like going to church as a kid for real, for real. Being honest. I always felt, even as a kid, two things. I don't want to go or even being there. When is this going to be over? Because this just didn't feel right. I'm being so honest right now. I remember as a kid really feeling like this. Not that I was looking for, what I mean, entertainment or it being fun. It's just I didn't feel a connection as a kid of actually being there in church, watching the adults be affected. But why am I feeling like this? Always felt like I didn't belong. I don't know why, but I know why now. And even as I got older, tried the church thing, and once again, making a conscious effort of going and giving it a try, actually saying, you know what, I'm going to go. I'm going to try to be enthusiastic this time. That's when I got to see the most wickedness in church. Took some time, but slowly the veil started to be lifted. People started to be exposed at the church. Then even going to visit other churches or getting a recommendation to another church, getting in a relationship with certain pastors and stuff like that. Just dealing with the people of the church and said Christians. Everything started to make a little bit more sense as to which way I needed to go for real, for real. And, Kimberly Robinson says, Lord, Keon Mark on this platform. Um, Kimberly Robinson, what I like to say to that is whenever someone uses the tactic of putting fear upon you, like telling you you are going to die of grief, it is to scare you and warrant you back into that said religion, is to draw you back in. Like when Christians are told that they'll go to hell and burn in a lake of fire, it's to entice fear upon you. It's a fear tactic. If you believe in that type of stuff, then you believe it. Don't let anyone speak that over your life. It is a spell they are putting over you. That's why when people are condescending and say, "I'm gonna pray for you," don't do that to me because I'm gonna pray for you too. And I said this before in the live. And if you do that to me, I'm gonna pray to you under the deity, and you're not gonna like it so much if I bring certain deities out and say I'm gonna pray to you in that deity's name. What's gonna come with that is the same energy that you're trying to put out to me. So I don't do that to people. But when people do that, when I see that done to other people, enticing fear on them if they don't do certain things, that's not cool. I don't appreciate that. I don't like that. You don't scare anyone into religion. And people don't see that. They just, are deemed to believe it and they go with it. And once you believe it, that's on you. And I appreciate the love, Jasmine Jones. She says, if you're already here, like, share, and subscribe. Milo Scorpio, peace. And Armando Perez, peace to you, man. I was an altar boy. Armando Perez says, um, server of Christ. Now, what people call atheists, even though that name is dumb. Yeah, being an atheist, that name is dumb. Atheists don't believe in God, but they believe not to believe. It's weird. How was your experience in church, love? As a kid, well, when I started making a conscious effort to go as an adult, um, they would try to recruit me to come and speak at times to the congregation of people. And I actually got up and spoke in front of the people at certain times. And then it was interesting. One time I went to this like men's meeting and I got to speak with they were basically recruiting us to see who can be, as a man, a church leader, an upcoming church leader, as an older guy of the church. And my ex-wife, she was the granddaughter of an apostle and stuff like that. So I got to be close with the church and her family. Her family were church people, so they tried to recruit me to do more stuff for the church and come speak to the church. And I remember in particular one day, sitting in the men's group, it was another guy who's family member of the church and a couple other guys, and we were sitting there talking. And her uncle, who has his own separate church, we were going over certain scripture, and I went to a scripture that more resonated with me and what I wanted to speak on within this church group. And this man told me if I was ever in front of the people and I wanted to talk to the people, I would have to stick to a script. So be careful on sticking to a certain topic, basically going rogue. That's what this man told me. I got stories for days dealing with what we'll call your spiritual leaders and people up that whole ranking. Got a lot of experience in these places, but I was told not to go off script because certain things in that Bible can really wake the people up. Parents always force their beliefs on their children. I hate being a kid. It's like slavery. Hated being a kid. People that just disrespect the fool. They just come on people's platforms disrespecting random people. Tyrone Killam says, "Happy Black History Month, gang. Happy Black History Month, brother." Looking like German from Dave Chappelle show. Yeah, right. When you come to age and leave Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy behind, I say go a step further and remove the religious fairy tales, brother. I didn't even want to talk. I didn't want to go down that road, Poppy Pink Eye. Once when you peel back the layers and then you start to question everything, then you get to the tip top and say, wait a minute, wait a second. If all this stuff I was programmed as a kid to be real, and you program me on this also, why not question it? Why would that now all of it be sudden? All right, I was lying about everything else, or I made up and made you use your imagination for everything else. But this right here, this is the real deal. This right here, you got to believe. People can be something else, which is Shelly Gordon says, I remember the money my mother used to use to give us to put in the church. We used to stop at the store and buy candy with it. Believe not to believe is a hell of a funny sentence. Sarcastic scoundrel, yeah. They believe not to believe, bro. They believe that there is no God. That's what atheists believe, that there is no. So they actually have a belief not to believe. Backpacker says, my uncle used to beat the hell out of my cousins and use the Bible quotes to justify it. Really, he was just a deadbeat and angry. That's crazy, brother. Right? Right. I'm not the only type of person who says I'm going to pray for you. And once you understand the energy that comes behind it, like it's the undertone, and you guys know exactly what I'm talking about when saying, you know what, I'm gonna pray for you. You be like, what the hell? What the hell does that mean? What you trying to say? You know exactly what that person trying to say. And I don't that's the part I for real I don't get down with. Your Birdo says he's in a moral dilemma. Go ahead, ask your questions, man. Free Maduro says Guerrero, disciplinado. Cousin Curtis says, on Diddy, how are you? Yeah. Y'all funny, with this Diddy stuff. I always tell people, well, I don't always tell people because, once again, I could tell when someone says that and it's coming from a genuine place. I don't hold that against them when it's a real, genuine thing. But I've had people, even on his live stream, we be in debate, they cuss me out, and then after they curse me out, they tell me, you know what, I'm gonna pray for you. No, hell no. How you gonna pray for me and you just curse me out? I know exactly where that prayer is coming from now. Because Curtis, man, I'm doing great, man. I'm all right. I'm more than all right. I'm doing great, man. Shit. What? And Sonia says hi. Peace, Sonia. Poppy Pink Eye says, for me, not a believe not to believe. It's a lack of empirical evidence that any God or gods exist. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I've heard that before too. Atheists, there's not enough evidence to them that there's actual creator that exists. Now, what I will tell you is though, Poppy Pink Eye, and listen very closely, that the God that people, majority of people, think is in the sky, that even some people reference as Jesus, right? And they try to prove so much that he existed and is coming back in human form. And it's people like you that will actually hold them to that standard and say, prove it, show evidence, hard evidence to have you believe. But understand this though, brother, and I get you, you're not wrong. Because I've even challenged some people to say, where has this person even confessed to be this way? But I'm not gonna go there tonight, right? But I will say is this. Listen to this, brother. Understanding the mystery of God, a creator in itself, right? When you have gone through mystery system and understood the mystery system and the true God, and how things are supposed to be left as a mystery. So we're not really supposed to know each and everything about the great creator. If you can understand what I'm saying. I think there's a misconception of how other people deem their God and how they go about their faith and their religion. Some people go about it and take certain things as literal, as real. Like I said before with the doll and action figure analogy, when people bring things to life, especially fictitious things, they bring it to life. Now when you're dealing with the aspect of a great creator, they want to bring it to life to make it more real to them. They're people like that are trying to convince themselves that it's real. But understanding that the great creator works as a mystery. And if you know about mystery and a mystery system, not everything will be revealed to you in physical form because we don't just deal with physical form. When we deal with real spirituality, we move beyond the physical. Now we're into another realm. And on that realm, everything isn't meant to be seen like that. It takes a higher level of consciousness, a deeper study into spirituality to understand certain concepts and how things work beyond just the physical realm. But I get you. But understand the one true God works in mystery. How to prevent a nocturnal emission while semen retention maxing. Your body naturally will release semen when you are in surplus or new semen needs to make way into your body and it will release unused or bad semen, if you will. So it's very important. I tell guys to make sure that you're up on your diet because that could produce bad seed. Um, especially if you're drinking, if you're smoking and stuff like that. But as your body generates new, healthier semen and seed, your body naturally will push out or make way for that new seed to produce the right way. Some guys deal with a surplus, so nocturnal emissions do happen. It's a natural thing. That's a great question. It is natural though. Your body's naturally supposed to go through that process. On Epstein, would you make the list? Would I pray for you? No, I'm not famous like that, bro, to make no list like that. Do you believe in Jesus Christ of Nazareth? Angel Morales says, I read the story about Jesus of Nazarene. I read the story about it. Big Nick dude. What up tonight? Peace, brother. Everything is up tonight. What is the most supernatural thing that you have experienced? Couple things I've experienced. Bronze Golden, supernatural though. Being in a dream state a lot. Um, and astral planing. It's probably a supernatural thing I experienced. Yeah, astral planing, I would say. One astral plane experience that I had was hovering over my own body while in the astral realm, watching myself in bed sleeping, and yeah, getting freaked out, waking the hell up. Angel Morales says, yeah, that's called the Holy Trinity, Holy Spirit. Poppy Pink Eye says, respect. Oh yeah, yeah, Poppy Pink Eye, yes. Um, and I guess Angel Morales is saying Holy Spirit when I was talking about the mysteries of God, or the concept of God, because with atheists they you have to talk in a certain the concept of God and having the evidence show that is a creator that exists. It's hard to do that for real. When you understand the creation, and to every creation there must be a creator. But once again, when you break out of the system of religion and you're not afraid to go into the mystery system and study outside of Christianity and study outside of religion, period. Go into other different avenues to really seek God. Brother, listen, Hobby Pink Eye, mystery. I'm not, listen, I'll be quick to tell you, I don't know everything. And it's good that I don't know everything. A true wise man knows that he knows nothing at all. You feel what I'm saying? If I had the answers for everything, trust me, bro, I would not be on this YouTube live right now. But I'll be quick to tell you, I don't know who created God or who created the creator. It's a mystery. That falls under the mystery. That's why it's a mystery system. Greg Masters was right with you, my brother. I got God on my side tonight, for real, for real. It's working through me. Even talking to the atheists, brother. You see, I don't judge, and that's what real ones do. Not puffed up, but I know how to interact with anyone who really comes with legit, however they feel about, religion, spirituality, God exists. If they don't, I'm not going to put my spin on anything that I believe in and make it seem like I know better than another person, or make my creator that I believe in, or have to validate anything that I'm into. I'll tell you the truth straight up. I don't know who created this shit. All I can tell you is that someone created it. Something created it. But when you got certain forces working through you and knowing how to deal with the people as a whole and not be closed off, be more open minded. And once again, if, I've been around religious folk, they will tell you something different. This conversation wouldn't go to. They'll try to convince you that there is a God. I'm not here to convince you. If I don't know. I don't know, brother. I know what works in my life. I've known from my experience how I've seen things play out in my life and understand that it ain't just me, brother. It ain't just me and my own willpower. Sometimes I've given up my willpower. Something told me, yo, just keep going. You don't even got to work that hard. Just chill out, let go, and watch this. I just encourage people the same thing. That's funny. Meal About Me says, you broker than a street code. Greg Masters, man, good, great to see you tonight, man. What's right with you, brother? How's everything? It's all respect, man. It's all respect, Papa. A lot of people get offended at atheists. I don't understand why. Well, I ain't gonna say I don't understand why. I get why. One of the reasons why is that atheists deal with facts. They want the facts for real. And that's why I say I get it. They want to know and want to see the facts. And once when those facts can't be produced, you left stuck. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to do right now. Just go with the flow, let things just be because I don't know what's going on or what to do next. Yeah, RSVP. When it gets to that point, once again, if you truly got that relationship with a whoever it is that you pray to, that you worship, that you deem as God, I like to tell people you are the co-creator to your reality. You have free will, you have the power to create, but sometimes we put more on ourselves that is required. If we truly have faith, and when it comes time to truly believe in God, everybody say they believe in God, but when it truly comes time to believe, a lot of people still try to take matters into their own hands, try to force their way into situations or force the situation, whatever the case may be, right? Sometimes we just need to let go and let God, real for real. It's tough, but very true what you said, RSVP. Just go with the flow of things. Supposed to be in a flow state. Let just certain things take its course. You're on a path. I just want to let you boys know that my visions are getting a bit real. Yeretz Yeriziel. Israel. Oh, you condemning us, bro? You're all doomed. Damn, you damning us. Giving us damnation. What was your visions, bro? Tell us what your vision was. No? Alright, then that means nothing to us. You're coming in here with falsehood, false prophet. That's what you are. You want to try to use fear tactics amongst the people. But you came across, you rest Israel, you came across the right person. You're not about to do that. You ain't about to speak fear over my people that's in here. You're a false prophet, man. Greg Master says, I had to find God on my own. When I had manic depression a long time ago, I seeked out help from church and they demonized me. Usually how I go, brother. I had to find my own peace, not through church, but through my crown. Yes, Greg Masters. And one thing about church and church community, I don't know how you guys are with going to church and being around church community, but they be in your business. They will be in your business, bro. You think it would be a safe haven, and they always tell you to confess your sins. You ain't supposed to tell everybody your business like that. I don't care if they church folk, they humans. And you know what church folks do? Come on. Don't you know, guys? I'm sorry. I gotta go here because what Greg Masters say, once again, I'm turned up, bro. Um, the church community can be a form of gang stalking because when you go and confess your sins, some of those church folks are battling their own sins as well. You have sinners around you as well. And gossiping, talking behind someone's back is a form of sin. So when you think you confessing your sins, you're talking amongst the people, sharing certain things with people, they're talking about you. Especially if you come in there and you come in a sinner and you willing to, say it out loud what you're going through. People will judge you. They're gonna judge you. Depending on how bad of a shape that you in coming in there with, or what you're going through, they're gonna judge you based upon that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to put that out there, but I just need to put that out there. Greg Masters, man, that's glad you went within, brother. Sometimes it takes you to feel lost or being unsure in order for the truth to be shown. Clear canvas shows the clearest work. Stay open to receive. Carmela, I appreciate that. Glad to see you in here tonight too. Carmela's been quiet. Quiet tonight. I don't know if you just got in here or you just been, chilling. My dreams invoke me, getting possessed and having a lot of power. Um, Nude Man says hello, peace, Nude Man. You said your dreams invoke you getting possessed. Say so. Um, BBN. We ain't talking about nothing. Looking and paying attention. I feel you, Carmela. Glad you in here, sis. Hello, how's it going? Radical man, peace. This year has been really stressful so far. Yeah, it's just the beginning of the year, man. I said yesterday, somebody said the same thing yesterday. They said, is 2026 gonna get any better or is it gonna shape up? I said, and I had to look at the calendar for real. It was only February 2nd, but now it's the third. Um, just the beginning, man. Just gotta get over this hump for real, for real. And hope for the best. It's just starting. For me, 2025 was the worst year of my life. So in my mind, I hope 2026 would be better. It's gonna get better, brother. Some things have to be destroyed to be built back up the right way. You know what I mean? So I firmly believe in that. Oh boy. Reds Israel. I don't know what you want tonight. Yeah, Erets Erets getting emo on us. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Flagpole says, hey, peace. I want to get a good conversation going on. BBN, you say you want to talk about ice. What is it that you what is it exactly that you want to talk about, man? You can express yourself. Mr. Bo, peace to you. Night is going great, brother. How's yours? Um, nah, Eretz Israel, I can't feel your energy. Um, I'm taking you as a joke for real. Like I'm not taking you serious for real. Cause you just yapping. You seem bored, um, and just talking. But the bro said he want to talk about ice. Radical says, I lost my brother 2025 is life. It is what it is. I loved him with all my heart, but my life hasn't been the same since. Yeah, radical man. I always express to people, man, when you lose loved ones, it's tough to get over. Um, that loved one, especially depending on how close you guys were, how much you guys that love between you guys and all that stuff. You know, you miss that person. Um, if you can, brother, email me. Find my email, email me, and we can talk, bro. Um, I don't want to put out too much information out here, and I don't want you to go too much in depth on what it is. But there's ways to grieve, and someone else brought up grieving also. What was her name? Damn it! If you're still in here, please, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And she was even told that if they don't come a certain way into religion, that they will be basically consumed in their grief. But I like to tell them is that there are ways to deal with your grief. You have a time to grieve and go through a grieving process, but don't let it consume you. And there are ways to not let it consume you, and it doesn't all intake entail with the boundaries of religion. You can step out of religion and grieve. But if you're willing to, radical man, reach out to me through email. B Man Productions. Once again, my day has been great, going great. Flagpole says my cousin died on Friday. He had a stroke. Man, sorry to hear that, and condolences, Flagpole. And blessings to you and condolences to your family. Prayers up. Do I support ICE? Um, do I support the agents? I can only support them as much as to actually do their job. And from what I know is that their job is to squander up as much illegal immigrants that there is and place them in the right setting. See, that's the thing, people. Like, these people have been appointed jobs to carry out a certain duty. And they priority is to get illegal immigrants and place them in their right place. That's it. Anything else that is going on, they seem to be some of these guys seem to be trained as well. Some seem to have a quick trigger finger. So it is what it is. But once again, not until it hits home for you, for real. When you have illegal immigrants in our country, illegal immigrants, and they are taking up your resources, you are spending your tax dollars on them being arrested and going to these jails, and your tax dollars are going into their housing, them being fed, all this other stuff. Um, then you want to blame it on ICE agents or have a certain way about ICE agents. They've been given a duty to clean the streets up. If you're out there, you put yourselves in harm's way, that's on you. Radical Man says, "This is always hard. I always try to be positive. It's just hard at times. Ups and downs, bro. Ebbs and flows. It happens." But yeah, Radical Man, you got to take one of my other lives before. I always say, "What's right with you? Focus on what's right with you, brother. Please." And I know it's easier said than done, but you'll always come out on top if you just focus more on what is right with you in this moment. And anyone dealing with a lost loved one, just think an aspect of how would they want you to live your life moving forward. They would want you to be happy, for real. I'm just answer it. They would want you to be happy, not to forget about them. That's not what I'm getting to or trying to say. Not you just forget about them and move on, but they would want you to move on and live your life accordingly, happy. They don't want you sad in a rut. Greg Master says, "ERTs, why do you feel threatened by goodbye?" Hopefully everything will be okay. Vivian says, well, they have murdered two civilians now that I know of. Yeah, those people didn't have to be murdered like that. I agree with that. The thing is that they do have a job to do still. It's just unfortunate those incidences expose, once again, they may be undertrained, but the force that they are using is excessive. True indeed. Thoughts on Sun Writer FPV says, thoughts on reading a philosophy and psychology textbook to learn said fundamentals. I don't know if you're asking me that question or if you're asking advice to do that to learn learn said fundamentals. But absolutely, I read certain philosophy books and not so much psychology books. I do actually have a psychology book somewhere, or I think I might. Never mind. But yes, you could definitely learn basic fundamentals from those books, and I encourage all types of reading and getting real information. You could definitely garner up information from those said textbooks. How old Was he to have this stroke? RSVP is asking, whoever lost a brother in here over a stroke. That's a great question. How old was he, for real? It says immigrants help us in every way, shape, or form. Who's us? BBN, who exactly is us? How are they helping us? They not helping me. I'll let you know that right now. So you don't speak for me, brother. B-Man Productions. BBN says the people that are being fed in house are not illegal. Okay. Sunrider FPP says ICE protecting our border, Minnesota. A country needs a border. Without a border, what's a country? I agree. B-Man Productions. My opinion. Uh, Grown men come to try and dismantle a force-filled, protected relationship between the creator and those who believe the mental strength is truly guarded. You cannot and will not distract the path. I appreciate that, Carmelo. Thank you. And Embry Post Official says we look alike. I don't know. I really can't see what's going on over here. How you pink outside? We have borders. We also have business and corporations that exploit slave labor and hire desperate people in need. Greg Master says he also expired mushrooms. Yeah, he's tripping tonight. I don't know what's up. And B Man Productions. You have a great night too. Days. That's love, man. Peace. Yeah, Eretz Israel. I don't remember Eretz Israel coming here with this type of energy, man. He seems a little bit. I know he comes in here usually is not trolling, but he's always on some different type of time. And tonight he's I don't know. This is weird. Star Killer says, "Have you ever read the Bible?" Sure. Uret says, "Okay, your love is fake because if you truly a loving person, you'll care about all." Love is a vibration, and as you share that vibration with people, set that attention to people with that love, it can spread. Understand this about love too, that there's a thin line between love and hate. Uret's Israel. So as long as you come with that sad vibration and you spread that love, you can be cool. It's not something that's fake. The thing is that to care about all and giving that vibration to all will leave you depleted. Understanding that true self-love, love for self, respect for self will set you on that vibration and put that out to everyone. It will leave you depleted, nothing left for yourself. So it is not wise to care about all because not everyone is going to care about you or will mistreat you based upon that love and caring and just frivolously giving that love out. Now, that line that you cross between love and hate is a very thin line. So you got to be careful because if you give that love to all, the moment you take it back, someone can hate you. It'd be devastating. So it's better to play people, a little bit at a distance when vibrating on that certain level. But it's nothing fake over here. Either you guys are fake love. God tells you love everyone no matter what. You rest Israel? Nah, brother. One of the most famous quotes, 50 Cent movie, Get Rich or Die Trying. That type of rhetoric, love everyone no matter what. Nah, nah, nah. See, that love shit will get you killed. You trying to love everybody? People will take advantage of that. Ultimately, it will get you killed, brother. Chips says, you're wild, Chips. Only a question, please. Why do people need a passport? You want to live in another country? What are the protocols? That country wants to know who you are, what you're about, your background, right? And Symmetry of Peace says, greetings, salutations. I heard ice upon entering, and that's got my attention for so many reasons. I'm gonna catch up to the chat a little bit, but as far as passports, I brought up passports. Why you need a passport to travel, and it's to monitor you, to give you And I said we were truly free and able to really travel. You wouldn't need a passport for real, for real. But once again, you want to go to another country, need a passport. That's not true freedom. But there's rules and regulations put in place to make sure that you are going to one place, stamping it. If you're coming back, decide to come back, or ensuring that you will be back. And then, yes, knowing your background, what country you coming from, you pass through customs and all that other stuff. But it's to track you for real. You rest Israel, I'm gonna tell you right now, you cursed me out, brother. You cursed at me. And the message was hell for review, but I can't take anyone serious. And now you're talking about some love is Christ. Can't take you serious, bro. You just cursed me out in the hell message review. So now you want me to take anyone who take is that is taking Eretz Israel serious right now. I advise you not to. It wasn't Christ like to curse at me, was it? Can I ask you, what do you think dreams are? Just figments of the imagination, or do you think some dreams are prophetic? I believe some dreams are prophetic. If you believe in astral plane and astral travel, there are more dimensions that we actually know exist when you really tap into dream state. But all it does produce from the mind's eye, and the light is within from the pineal gland. Some even think dreams are in a different universe. Exactly what I was saying. Different planes. Rest, do you want someone's love? No one needs love if you have yourself. Who cares? Others. Real or fake? Suppose. BBN says immigrants start 25% of new businesses, driving jobs and growth. They're 40% of STEM workers, power, tech, medicine, and innovation. illegal immigrants, BBN. Active listening is very important. We're talking about illegal, meaning that they are here illegally. They are not supposed to be here, BBN. So bringing all this facts about immigrants means nothing because I didn't say anything about regular immigrants. We're talking about illegal immigrants that are here illegally, like snuck in. The back door was open, so they creeped in. They jumped through the window of the country. No one was actually protecting the border, so they just moseyed on through. Active listening is very important. Symmetria says, I honestly believe that having a dream is your consciousness tapping into another room or uh, of your existence and another reality existing at the same time. Suppose Symmetria, I think some definitely are. They feel too real, realer than the reality sometimes. Yeah, Mr. Bo. Symmetria, Mr. Bo. Mr. Bo, I agree. If an illegal person picking fruit for $6 an hour, 12-hour days, took your job as an American, you made some serious mistakes in your career path. Carmela says, so to come here, you need what? Damn, London, you still on that. I appreciate that, London. So for an immigrant to come here, they don't actually need a passport. They need what, green card, visa, or you could just sneak in here illegally and take your chances and hope you don't get caught. To piggyback off what you said earlier, a mentor once told me a soft heart will make a hard life. Yeah. Eretz Israel, I'm glad you're a supporter of my lives. Thank you. Everyone know everyone who has been a part of my lives, who have been here, um, if they ask, I'm not afraid to tell. But no one has asked. Only you are on that type of time, and you seem to be heavy tonight on my jock. I'm not even gonna go there tonight. I'm gonna keep it clean tonight. You are on my jock heavy, brother. Passports are essential because they confirm your identity, highlight your national affiliation, and help maintain border integrity and security, all while respecting individual freedom and sovereignty. Bronze Golden says, "Is your love unconditional?" Yeah. If I really, most men are like that. Most men usually, when they do love women, fall in love with a woman, or that is in love with a woman, is usually unconditional. Usually, because we don't hold as many standards as much over women as women hold over men like that. Men are more simple. You just need a couple things from you women, for real, for real. Not too much. We don't require much. Real men don't require much from women like that. So yeah, absolutely. I don't need no condition for not too much of a condition for me to love you for real. What about the musty immigrants? Oh my God, I am Stiz is wilding. The ones who refuse deodorant. We need to do something about this. I am Stiz. I know American-born citizens that don't use deodorant. What do we do about them? Because they a citizen, they get to walk around and be like that. Y'all funny as hell with the must. Um, Fill critical labor gaps, agriculture, true billions, taxes despite. Okay, BBN says no. I was born in America, Tennessee. Man, London, where you? You and left came back, and you still on the same type of time. Been in Texas 4 days, my boy Zon says, and landed a great job after all the BS I went through these past 2 weeks. 2026 still got the potential to be great. Hey, man, that's great news, Zon, and congratulations, brother. I'm glad everything's working out for you too, man. It's great, brother. Let's see, Veggie Man says, "Hi, peace." I appreciate you, man, for liking the channel. And Eretz Israel, I always encourage the people to read, study to show themselves approved. And someone else said that they said that someone else told them, a mentor of theirs told them, a softened heart will lead to a hard life. They weren't talking about the Bible, they was just giving some wisdom about not having a weak heart out here. So those actually weren't my words. Appreciate it, bro. Shout out to the positive energy in the chat. Y'all have a good one. Yeah, Zon, man, have a great one, brother. Peace to you. The Taoist priests and Buddhist monks teach and practice what you talk about in your channel subscription. Semen retention. That's what you're talking about, Veggie Man? It's an ancient practice. It's nothing new under the sun. And if you watch the Taoists, the Buddhist monks, you see their demeanor, you see how peaceful they are, you see how emotionally in tune they are also. You mean description, okay. And now that I've educated you, BBN. You didn't educate me on anything. Uh, you actually ignored what I said about illegal immigrants, brother. You just talked about immigrants as a whole. Actual immigrants, like my parents, how they were when they came to the country in the 80s. They did the necessary to not be um, taken out of the country and not be illegal. Talking about illegal immigrants. That's ICE's job, is to actually take care of the problem of these illegal immigrants. If you have yet to address that, I could watch your content all day long. So much respect. I appreciate that, Jasmine Jones. Greg Master says he's an immigrant and he got a visa. Brown's gonna leave funny. What song is that? Bronze Golden. Damn, I know the lyrics. I can't think of the song right now. Usually, I'm on top with the lyrics, knowing the songs. BBN. All right, I'm done with you, BBN. You got it. BBN is saying that illegal immigrants fill critical labor gaps, agriculture, construction, service jobs, contribute billions in taxes despite limited access to benefits or consumer costs, and keep key industries running. Sir, they are here illegally. This is illegal labor, sir, from illegal immigrants. There are legal homeless people living amongst us in our major city streets. These people are actually citizens here. Okay? They were born here, raised here. Nothing is done about the homelessness, but the people that have snuck their way into these United States are working and doing stuff illegally. You're missing the whole point here. If you wanted it to be about a labor gap, it's fictitious because they are using cheap labor to get this shit done from illegal immigrants. Illegals. They what I'm saying is they are not even supposed to be here, sir or ma'am. They shouldn't even be here. Never argue with the clowns saying it's wrong to remove trespassers from your country. Sergi, I'm sorry, you're right. You're right. He's not, he trying to bring facts though, like to make it validate what he's saying is crazy. It's just crazy to me, yo. It's very crazy to me. Like he really felt like he ate with that, like he did something. He said, "All right, let's move on. What do you think about martial arts?" I'm like, "Wait a minute, hold on. Like you never said anything about illegal immigrants. They're not even supposed to be here. So how would that stuff get done if they're not supposed to be here?" And these people would never come if illegal businessmen weren't hiring them under the table. Also illegal. Yes, Kimberly, there you go. Some medium on here told me I would die of grief. Yeah, there you go. Enticing fear upon you, using fear as a tactic. My relatives who live in the US have proper papers and did it the right way. They get mad when illegal immigrants takes place. They valid. It's one thing if you come here. In My Feelings by Drake. That's funny. Probably not golden. Damn, I haven't heard that song in a minute. Um, and that's what I'm getting to. For real, for real. Actual people here in the States, if they have come here, did the thing the right way, got their paperwork together and then that. But we are talking about illegals here. All I did was educate you. Basically read the things that I wrote. That's not educating me though, brother. You gotta be. You won. It seems like guys want to be in competition. You got it. You guys won. Eretz, Israel, you won, and who is this? BBN, you won. You right. I agree with what you said. I think we're too hard on the people, and not on the government. Those aren't our kids. It's theirs. Yeah, you guys won, man. Y'all got it. They're not even supposed to be here. Poppy says if business weren't hiring, I'm off that topic. I don't mean to Poppy Pink Eye, I'm not skipping y'all comments or anything. If y'all still talking about the illegal immigrants, I'm done. I'm past it. Um have you ever read the Nah, don't tell them to shut up, Prince, you cash out. They can talk all they want. It's all right. Bronze Golden says, you never answered my question in that song. Yo, you're funny, Bronze Golden. You got it, Bronze Golden. Raya from Winter Hall. Great to see you in here tonight. I know you. Nah, not me. Aria. Dang Asian noodles. Um, I don't know. Kubota. Peace to you, man. He says it was good. Greg Masters, I don't know, bro. A lot of people, it seems like they need the attention, bro. They are yearning for attention, and they see something in me where they feel like, I'm the one to give them that attention. So I give them the attention for the time being, because I actually think they're bringing some validity or something of value to the chat. When in all they just want to argue, want to be right. So I give them that. If that was makes their day, I guess it is what it is. It seems like they probably tried this on other lives, haven't been kicked out yet, or been kicked out already, just came back as another profile name, and just starting stuff. But their time is run out. You get 15 minutes of fame over here, and then you're done. Oh man. Please tell me you had some water filled with electrolytes today. I actually did. Actually, I gotta use the bathroom in a little bit too. But I had not water filled with electrolytes. I had some Gatorade today. I made some tea today. And I drink as much water today. Just a little bit though. I take. And Laser Gang official says, "Hello, sir. Peace." TSG says, "Do you have? I mean, OG kicks. All right, he took that. He was asking about. All I seen was something about summer plans. What I'm doing this summer." Araya says, "I'm white with blue eyes, and them Asians don't want me to know the secret ramen broth with chicken tea." Laser Gang 88 official says, "What country do you live in?" I'm in the United States. What comment was that? Abigail Hollis. I thought I answered you a while back. Am I getting? Bill Reed says, "Am I getting the Black Panthers back together?" I don't think so, brother. I've been answered that, Abigail Hollis. I said it's a different vibe over on this side when I dim the lights. It's more of an intimate vibe for the people, for the live chat. It's not dark. It's a little dim light. And OG Kick says, "There you go. Do you have any plans for this summer for you, your young king?" Um, yeah, man, we do various activities, man. Definitely go fishing again. When I plan to actually go in the spring, probably early spring. Well, not early spring. It's still cold out this way a little bit, but definitely fishing. Do a little bit of traveling. Got family in North Carolina, so we plan to take them on a little road trip out there. Link with some family. Abigail Hollis says, "Have a warm light that adds ambiance, better for viewers." Yeah, I like candles too. If I'm by myself dolo, I like candlelight for real. Prince, yo, Prince, you cash out. Yo, leave them alone. Let them talk amongst themselves, bro. They talking to each other now. You yo, guys, look at these. They gotta talk to themselves, bro. Prince, you cash out. Don't even engage with them. Let them talk. Let them talk amongst themselves, bro. The wolf or the dog that brought the dead rooster back to you. What's that? I miss the old water beds. Those are therapeutic. Yeah, my cousin had a water bed. That joint was crazy. But what's a, Abigail Hollis is funny. What's a warm light though? Is that like a actual lamp or is that like a different type of setting light, like a light bulb or something like that? Greg Master says demon timing in the chat. Yeah, nah, let them I'm okay. I'm alright with the massages, bronze, golden. Greg Masters, you gotta let them congregate amongst themselves, bro. Michael King, man, good evening to you. Michael King, I appreciate that sent gift, man. I appreciate y'all for being in here, yo. And Symmetria. Wait, hold on. Going to bed, I'll head out on this note and their purpose for being here. I'm with Billie Eilish. You can't kick anyone off Stolen Island. America declaring itself a country was illegal. Damn, Symmetria, yeah. And RSVP says, give him some time, guys. He'll by the ring light background border if he chooses to. Yeah, nah, I'm all right. I'm all right with the massages. Brown's golden. Symmetria, have a great night, sis. Studio lights, Abigail House. I don't want to do all that though. Nah, I'm not. I'm really not. Bronze golden. But when it comes to certain stuff like that, though, I like to be, you know what I mean, on top of my game. I haven't had much practice in a while. Bronze golden. That's what it is. So I'm only all right. You feel what I'm saying? Greg Masters, don't listen. Listen, guys, don't even give them the satisfaction. Don't entertain them, bro. Let them talk amongst themselves. They got more of a thing going on with themselves than the actual live. So let them talk amongst themselves. You feel what I'm saying, Greg Masters? A little lamb says hi. Nah, it's all good. And that's what I was waiting for, the switch up of the profile name. That's why I didn't get him out of here yet, because I wanted the switch up of the profile name, the agent, just to make sure that they agents and that you know, because they serve a purpose. Jack Jack. It's funny how you come with this question. So, have you ever done martial arts? Isn't that the same question that Buddy used, BBN, after he so called gave me education and then wanted to switch the topic? Isn't that the same question that he asked me about martial arts? But now you have Jack Jack and he's asking about martial arts. Coincidence or Greg Masters? I'm very proficient and I'm very observant. Yep, you guys tonight. You agents tonight, man. You guys are so advanced, bro. Uh sure you do, Jack Jack or BBN. Yeah, I'm gonna answer your question right now. Hold on. And Eres Israel, you wanted to talk about crystals, right? Sometimes, but something they say. RSVP says, yeah, those purple robes be tripping sometimes. Some things they say make sense. You talking about what you mean by the purple robes, RSVP? Eres Israel, talk to me, please. And RSVP said, crystals. Oh, I'm afraid of those. I'm afraid of them. There's nothing to be afraid of crystals. Crystals either hold energy or protect your energy, contrary to the belief of what you have been told. Some are cleansing, some are protection for protection. No one like that, Rooster. Erez Israel, what's going on? You avoiding my question now? You wanted to talk about crystals earlier, right? Let's talk about it. I don't know if yeah, the Israelites. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, they stream from Chicago. Yeah, RSVP. Yeah, now that I got your buddy up out of here, me and you could talk if you want to. Oh no, I ain't gonna be no show. But I just wanted to make sure you didn't have your other trolling buddy with you to make it seem like you had a random a random come across and you guys aren't aren't under the same agency. But those black Hebrew Israelites, the way they come off and deliver their message is very aggressive. Um they be out there with the megaphone or, the speaker to, really boast their ideology. And I always like to tell people too, just because you loud don't mean that you're right. Just because you're raising your voice and getting loud and stuff like that doesn't mean that you're right. But it catches the attention of people. And I've even seen them go to the extreme of having, and I don't know if there's any Caucasian people in here, but they come with a certain rhetoric of how white people are and that they owe the Israelites something, and they will have them kiss their feet. To actually get forgiveness for their ancestors' trespasses, they would have to kiss the feet of a black person, bow down and kiss the feet. I'm not an Israelite, by the way. I'm not saying anyone has to kiss my feet or anything like that. Um, I'm just saying what I've observed and what I've learned from the Israelites from the past, and I've seen it. I've actually seen a Caucasian person actually bow down and kiss the feet of a Hebrew Israelite, humiliate a person just to prove a point. Eres Israel says, "I don't have any affiliations, man, but you won't believe that. So whatever." Oh, Regina Cosby says hi. Peace, Regina. Eres Israel, what's up? What did you want to ask me about crystals, bro? Don't say who cares. Now you want to be indifferent. Come on, brother. Pop your shit now. Ask me about my crystals and my magic. You thought I was scared to talk about it. I'm not scared to talk about it. Bronze Gold says, when we going to Hawaii for those ginger lilies? That's where they I know that's something they definitely don't grow in the States for real. Or they probably get them imported. Crystal says, I ain't kissing no feet. Crystal, I take it that you are a Caucasian. And what do the Africans that sold other Africans have to do? Poppy Pink Eye. You will have to ask a Hebrew Israelite that. But once again, brother, I listen, I get exactly what you're saying. I've said the same thing too in the previous lives, Poppy Pink Eye, that Africans sold other Africans as slaves as well. It was trade. Eretz Israel. You didn't ask me to show them. Oh, now you don't care about them because now that I singled you out, you don't got your buddy in here. You didn't ask me to show them. You tried to say that I won't talk about them, like I was scared or afraid. But I knew you had a trolling buddy in here, and I was addressing him first just to see how y'all was gonna play it. See, something that y'all don't know about the agents and the trolls that's on this channel, they work together. I'm pretty sure there's gonna another one's gonna pop back up very soon. The Eres Israel. What do you think I'm scared of? You said talk about him, not show him. You told people go on my other lives. He talks about it. He's wearing them. They'll find it interesting, probably. Yeah, right. Eres Israel. Now your tone has changed a little bit. You done straightened up. Yeah, correct yourself, brother. And Regina Cosby, I appreciate that. Chris, yoga. That's funny, Crystal. Um, but yes, it's a form of their repentance. There you go, BB. And wow, what a coward! I'm the coward. Oh man, I'm not a coward. I'm just smarter than what you think I am. Very intuitive. Hey, Eres Israel. I don't need no crystals on. I don't got my crystals on today, but I know magic. I got superpowers. One of my superpowers is having a heavy intuition, just being patient and just watching the tactics, and then realizing that person is a agent. And poof, magic trick, and look who pops back up. Scary, huh? It's nothing to be scared of, guys. With crystals, some of them bring out intuitive powers. Some of them bring out some knowledge. When set upon that path, and when you activate the powers that are within them, they bring you nothing but goodness. But with some dealing with awareness, I have a citrulline crystal that's beautiful, handcrafted, wrapped in copper wire. Lisa Hicks, shouts out to you. And Crystal says, I ain't worshiping no feet. I'm legit curious about the magic, crystals, etc. As an atheist, it's interesting. Hey, I appreciate that, Poppy Pink Eye. I was just talking about it a little bit. Definitely shouldn't play around with that. Not the brightest, but I do believe that there are realms just based off how animals survive, adapt without human interventions. There's the thing, RSVP. These crystals are natural elements. They aren't anything that has been what you would believe or that comes from the mainstream of what you think magic is. When you have studied alchemy and understand alchemical process, where alchemy comes from, and some great prophets that have also studied alchemy. But one of the greatest figures that's always talked about is Jesus walking on water, turning water into wine, healing the sick, or even a lady just touching the hem of of his garment and being healed, making the blind see. See, when it's done under the pretense of a deity, it's not deemed magic, is it? It's miracles or something miraculous happening. This is magic that was being performed. Jesus also said that there will be people that did greater works than he did. What was he actually talking about? The same man that was healing leprosy, making the blind see again, feeding groves of people with just 3 fish and 5 loaves of bread. Sounds like magic to me. But they will take you off your path and tell you that something that you shouldn't do or play with, tap into. That's why a lot of us don't understand our powers. I'm gonna digress on that. Let me catch up. BBN, I'm a piece of shit now, man. Can't take rejection. You see what magic does? It brings people's true feelings out too. You see that? Jack Jack is back. Now he cussing me out. What I do? What did I do? What did I do, guys? I wasn't the one disguising myself as someone else, trying to hide and trying to gaslight me, right? It's good to have certain things on your side to protect you. This is what I'm saying about having crystals, having these things to protect you, because this protect what comes with it is a protection and having discernment, having an eye to see beyond the physical of what's really going on, even on this internet. The magic works. I'm live and direct. It comes to a point where you don't even need the crystals. I don't have the crystals on. Nothing on my wrist, nothing on my neck. Oh man, he went from trying to educate me to now cursing me out. I'm actually talking about like and Crystal, I know that's your name. It's funny that you're in here right now. Your name is Crystal. Justin Lang says making the American black believe he wasn't from here was the greatest American psyop in history. Damn, Justin Lang. My discernment is terrible. Okay. My mom named me Crystal, but she's Native American and seen crystals when I was born. And BBN, I didn't block you. I just straight up hid you from my account. So I mean, that's the same thing, but you won't be using that profile no more. And I don't and not coming to this channel, Jack Jack. We can and do. And Crystal says, I'm Wiccan and do all good spells, which don't mean bad. Yeah, people, if you don't have a thanks, Chris, I appreciate the sub. If you don't have an open mind to what powers you possess, especially my melanated people out there, my Native American people out there, my Latinos out there, it's all alchemy. Shout out to all the agents keeping the internet interesting. Yeah, OG kicks. Mr. Bo, I appreciate the sub, man. Crystal says, which doesn't mean bad. Witches were spoken in the Bible. BBN, if I was you, I would be quiet for a little bit. Jack Jack. And Eres Israel, you're about to be going too. So I would get that extra profile geared up. Let me catch up to the chat because you guys are okay. You got powers do something miraculous right now. And dummy. All right, I'm gonna do something right now. Don't worry about it. It Eres Israel, your man is gone. BBN, you see it, go read your Bible. Your man is gone. Too bad he didn't get to see that last message, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother. Little little too late, brother. You thought you had a buddy, Eres Israel. If that wasn't someone that you knew, guess what? You thought you had a friend. You might have thought you had a friend. So once again, are you ready, Eretz Israel? Let me know. Poof, voila, you're gone. That's magic. You want to disappear too? Come back as another name? Oh nah, this one where I send you. See, for you guys, see, I'm not dudes like you. I don't send a good curse to. I send the other side. See, I'm not too shy to dwell in both um the light and the dark because it's necessary. You think I'm scared to say that in front of people? No, it's necessary. You know when people are talking about Martin and Malcolm, or I should say Martin, wanted to always be in peace. He wanted to bring peace all the time, and he used his agenda to use peace. But you see, that doesn't work all the time. And I said earlier in this chat, I like Malcolm's approach a lot better. Eye for an eye. So that same distraction and destruction that you come with me with, trying to play on my mind and trying to get me in my feelings, I don't work too much like that. Not with me. Because I understand wickedness. I understand where that comes from. So when I send certain things your way, Israel, it's not going to be with good intentions, brother. I'm just going to let you know that now. It is necessary evil. That's what comes with it. Crystal, you get what I'm saying, right? They don't understand the protection that comes around those who only seek out for good. And when you try to distract from the agenda that's at hand, that comes in purity, that comes in light, you'll be dealt with. It's out of my hands at that point. I just wanted to keep you around, ERS Israel, to hear that. Do you hear my words? Lady W, I appreciate it. He brought it up. He spoke on it too. He brought up the crystals. He brought so he wanted that type of energy to come his way. Do you hear my words, sir? Now you're the one laughing. ERS Israel, you don't understand. The energy is already taking you because you're still here, still listening. I have you hypnotized. You still here. You realize I didn't kick you out. I kicked your man's out, but you still here with me. You're hypnotized right now. You don't even realize it. I'm seeing a lot of jealousy in the room. They hate it. But it's all good. OG Kick said TSG, aka David Blaine. RSVP says alchemy, voodoo, hoodoo. Look like you're creating your own reality and messing with divine order. Like there has to be some type of backlash from that. Any alchemical process is cause and effect. Absolutely. That's why you don't use it to manipulate others. Funny now, Eres Israel. Eres Israel, I don't care what you think you know about me or what you do know about me. Just understand this is that I have you with the attention. And that's all I need. You don't understand the fascination that you have with me, right? And that place of hate that you have against me in your heart has you under a strong delusion because you really love me. That's why you're here. If you really didn't like me, if you really had ill will towards me or anything like that, you thought I was stupid or whatever the case may be, you wouldn't be here. Who listens to someone that's ignorant and stupid for real? But because you're here and you're stuck here, and you want to have this interaction, I have you under a strong delusion. So that's just enough for me. When you transmute energy, such as people trying to create distraction or try to cause confusion, like he was in the chat earlier, you take that energy and you transmute it. That is a form of magic. It isn't anything to just people have a misconception of doing like spell work or something like that, or I'm gonna be um cooking up a batch of like cooking up a batch of stuff over a pot or going to get my crystals and proving at the end of the day those crystals are inanimate objects. Those are materials. They're only a representation or materials of what's truly inside of you. The real jewels are within inside of you, people. Those gems and crystal. I'm trying to drop the knowledge on the people because some people are scared when they hear certain things like that. So I just want to make the people aware. There's no reason to be scared. The real jewels are inside of you. Those things are just, to activate because people need to see. People only believe what they see with their eyes. So to have those things is just like a replica, if you will. Just a reminder, if you will, that truly what you have inside is within you. I know it's heavy. It might be heavy for certain people, but the power is within us all. It's just about you tapping in. Yeah, I'm into jewelry and all that stuff too. All right, Chris, I'm a chill. Nah, 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 I'm a chill. I'm a chill. Nah, I'm gonna be quiet now, cause once again, cause I don't want to cause some people feel like there's something bad is going to happen to people when they practice certain gifts. What's when they tap into? But I don't. I want to activate the people for real. That's what I'm here to do. I don't talk about it. Bro brought it up. He was trying to be funny, but people that try to be funny with it, go ahead. But I got people on here that inquiring minds, and then also people, seem to be on the fence, but scared a little bit. You can't be scared of your own powers. Greg Master says, I've never seen crystals as dark magic, blood magic, which is inside us, is word, is bond. Once again, alchemical process. See, the people out here that's really doing rituals, like actual blood sacrifices, human sacrifices, see, nothing is done to them, and they get to have whole islands named after them. You dig what I'm saying? Let's talk about it. Or we don't have to. Yeah, I don't think that's kind of funny. Hey, bro, I just started making beats, and it would help me so much if you would listen to it on stream. Um, you an independent artist, brother? Pod Bend X. You an independent artist, bro? I'll listen to it on my off time, bro. And then anything that we can do on stream, you can email me, bro. And I'll be willing to play your beats during the stream and stuff like that. But we need to talk offline, off stream, because I don't want to get copyright, and I need to make sure that we have both have a mutual understanding of what's going on the stream and stuff like that, because my channel is monetized. If I play your beats, something happens, you feel some type of way that your beats is being played on my monetized channel, things need to be hashed out. So if you serious, Pod Ben X, reach out to me through email. And once again, man, I'll support you and listen to it, offline. And then if you're really serious, get to me through my email, man. In London, you're bugging out. London. Hollywood in a whole. And yes, that's what gives the negative view on how common folk like us who utilize our own powers. Once when we say that we're into certain arts, people automatically think we over here drinking blood and stuff and shit like that as a part of our as a part of our practice. But it's not that. That's going to extreme level, and as you can see, those people are rewarded a certain way. There's a heavier price to pay when you are doing things like that. That's it. Yes, Greg Masters. He says, isn't there an oyster named Rockefeller? They even have sea creatures named after them. Man, that's funny. My man Israel got up and dodged. I ain't hear nothing. I ain't hear nothing too much from him as I caught up to the chat. But I love you guys, man. I love y'all for being in here, sticking through another night on this live. To switch up, phone got a charge. Gotta use the bathroom. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Don't be afraid of your own powers, people. Anybody who's out there and knows about manifestation, this is a form of magic. Creating your own magic. Writing these words down. If you like to write your manifestations down, you are spelling. Spellings. You are writing a spell over your life of what you will want. And especially if you're into certain methods of that manifestation. If you're there's a method called the 369 method of manifestation. These are spelling words. You are creating a spell over your life to manifest something into your reality. Making something out of nothing. This is a form of magic, believe it or not. So don't be afraid of your magic. There's many ways to use your powers. Once again, I'm not encouraging anyone to manipulate their way into people's lives. That's not what I use my magic for. I don't use certain techniques to harm people or insert myself. Dark arts, like someone said. I don't even like talking or bringing that up. That's why I say it a different way. But yeah. Squid working with the dark arts. That's going on to the darker side. I can go there for real, for real. If someone's trying to cause harm my way, for real, if I'm really feel threatened, and if someone's coming after my kids, or my kid, I only got one child. Someone's coming after my kid, or talking ill will against my kid. But just a little information out there so that way people aren't warded off from using their own mental capacity in their mind. And this helps you manifest even faster when you actually know what you're doing and you're not scared. Greg Master says, you rest spirit fall under pressure. And he came in here on a different type of timing too. He's talking crazy. I guess I wasn't giving him enough attention. He got a buddy in here. He started co-signing with him. Unliving Squid says, I think Bigfoot.
for sure. I had someone actually confirm that they saw Bigfoot. It was an older gentleman, an older elder. He would not cap. He would not lie. Um, and is the right term even which? Poppy Pink Eye says seems sort of derogatory. Um, it is type that derogatory for real, for real. You could deem it as such, but you know when they call people witch doctors, spiritual healers, mediums, psychic mediums, they can be considered, you know, it is what it is. People like, you know what I mean, who really are into that, you call them a witch. When I think of witch, I think of the Wizard of Oz or the Wiz. There was a wicked witch of the East, a witch of the West, and stuff like that. So I guess under the pretense, and they weren't all, you know, bad, if you will. But I just you take how it goes, man. I don't know. Use it for good. Treat one as you would be treated. Remember that documentary from decades ago called The Secret? Yes. They spoke of manifestations and writing it on paper. 1,000% believe in manifestation. Jasmine Jones says, I am all walking testimony to that subject. I truly believe it. Yes. Unlived Squid said, did God make aliens? Liddy W says, thought is the first. Nothing comes to fruition without. Everything around you was a thought first. Shirt you wear, etc. Stay woke. Bro, do you want sage from Native American land? Blessed? Hell yeah. The real nigga says, I think there's some spies in here. Oh yeah, I mean, we're on YouTube. Spies all over the place. Unlived squid think Bigfoot smoke weed. But it's definitely in quite a few people that dabble in dark arts. And Greg Master says, Warlock. Commune, would you? And you say your mom's a psychic medium? Yeah. I run into some Olympus Square, bro. I run into some psychic mediums, and someone asked me before if I knew any. What did I ever think about seeing a psychic? I wouldn't go to a psychic and get a reading. Um, and reason being is because I kind of just want to travel the road as is, as a mystery. I want to let it be a mystery a little bit. So I don't want. Yeah, you spoke about your mother before being a native. Okay. Oh, you know who that is? Real Onika? I'm gonna get him up out of here right now. I ain't gonna play around with it. Yeah, people are funny, man. But would a healer or a miracle worker have been sentenced to be crucified? The Messiah's for Christ. Activated ones, just thinking. Um, the native are beautiful people. Yeah, Poppy Pink Eye, they are. I've been around native person before. You could immediately tell, like their energy gives off like they are deep into some shit. You feel what I'm saying? Like you could tell, like it's just their aura alone. You could tell like they're powerful. But I once again I wouldn't get a reading, and I say that now, right? But the journey that I've been on past couple years that I've been on has been very interesting. Um, and as much as we would like to know what's ahead of us or what's for us, I don't want to alter anything because once again, certain things I feel like should be a mystery, and as things reveal itself on the path, I'd rather be surprised. I like the element of surprise, and I know at times I like to say this to certain people too who come on the lives of to practice patience and having patience and to see certain things really come into fruition. I really take pride in that. Of having that patience and practicing patience is a great virtue to have. A lot of people don't have patience and they say how hard it is to wait for certain things and be in that setting. But I'm glad that I've been patient a very long time for certain things. But yeah, I wouldn't get a reading because I wouldn't want to know certain things that I have ahead. I just want to move off of my intuition, trust myself for real, and get to that destination as it comes. Drinking beers in Australia, brother. Have a great day, man. Stretch. Have one for me, man. People be rejected when they. People be messy when they get rejected. Yeah. People can't deal with rejection. They don't know how to deal with rejection. It's cool. Would a healer or a miracle worker have? Oh, I already read that. Have you heard of the Hopi Prodigy? I've heard of that, but I don't know exactly what that is. You don't know who the psychic is talking to, Prince Cashwell says. That's true. It's that pancake. It says, what's your favorite color? Blue. I don't know, your mic is cutting in and out. Is it? People get mad when I say certain things and they come into fruition because I speak the truth. Both my mother and grandmother are psychic mediums. Hey, what do you do? Thanks. Hey, thanks for being here. Is that Scarlet Zwinga? I appreciate you being here. Thanks. All is well. Said pancake is crazy. I have a YouTube channel where I talk to AI about different subjects. My Indeed podcast. That's interesting. I'm gonna look into that. What type of subjects do you talk to them about? I've seen certain like shorts and stuff like that where people are talking to AI and asking them some deep questions. Corey Porter says hello, peace. Corey. And Crystal says my mom told the woman she's having a baby. The woman said can't have babies. She had a baby. Corey Porter. He said hi again. Javari, peace, man. Great to see you in here tonight or this morning. Podcast guy, I saw you a couple minutes ago. Daniel Berry. Is that Dan? Yeah, Daniel Berry. Sports highlights. Peace, man. Says good morning. Ronika said, seemed like that British dude always mad I didn't do nothing to him. Don't even know. Coffee maker, I appreciate the gifts and thank you. Um, Third Eye Atlas equals Three Eye Atlas. That's a fact. Yeshua Yod Shin Yin. There's a connection with the third eye atlas. It's supposed to be activated somewhere around the top of your vertebrae, like the back of your neck, just about. That's where it's supposed to be activated at. Once again, when they try to get you looking everywhere but inside for things to come, out of space and into space. And I had a coworker who was heavy into, you know, a lot of conspiracy theory and uh, this three eye atlas. And as I would come into work at certain times, he would be engulfed. Once again, and you could tell when certain people have information overload and they get over obsessed with certain information. And it frustrates me that people actually don't look inside first with certain information and what they have actually going on inside in their body. And at the time, I didn't know that information, that the three eye atlas is actually where it's located within us. Once again, dealing with the spine. And I asked them at the time, I said, while you're looking up and depending on these man-made microscopes to locate or keep a track on this three eye atlas, if we are connected to the cosmos, shouldn't you be asking yourself, how are you feeling physically, like within your body? Because that's the things I was starting to ask myself. Like at that time, when that news first started to come out, um, that was certain things I was asking myself, like, how am I feeling physically for real? And I didn't make the correlation until as of recent as to what was happening in the reference to the three eye atlas. You know, and then it started to make sense. I said, okay, I got it now. But once again, it's always something that they have us paying attention to that's always outward, focusing on the outside of us when it's really stuff going on inside of our bodies. Things are activating with inside our bodies that if we don't pay attention to or take notice to, we won't be able to tell and utilize whatever messages or powers that are being given to us. Do the gifts given in the live have any other benefit besides aesthetics? Bronze golden, I think it's just aesthetics. It does help for the most part uh increase the outreach of the lives, like it places it on the algorithm a certain type of way where it can reach more people. So it's just as much as like a like. It's basically like liking the live stream, and then yeah, it's more so for the aesthetics. I don't really gain no benefit from it, as far as like monetary wise, but yeah, just the aesthetics for the most part. Going to bed. Good night, y'all. Stay safe and positive. You too, Crystal, and thank you for being part of this live. You sure yo Shin, yeah, one says you're very wise. Um, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm only as wise as much knowledge that I actually put myself on. Says I'm proud of you, brother. I appreciate that for real. Somebody said I look like Lizzo's toe. I debunk pseudoscience and conspiracy theories as well. Yeah, I'm gonna check you out. That's I was actually writing your name down so that way I don't forget to go check you out. Anyone out there with a YouTube channel that's doing certain topics or has content out there, I'm willing to support. As a content creator, we should be supporting each other. You're on this live now, and I've got a topic. If you got a topic, I would love to elaborate. Nothing comes to my mind right now. My Yandi podcast, but I'm definitely willing to go check you out. And see what's going over there on your side. Where all the white yo. Affirmative action says, where all the white women at, bro? We can't do that, bro. It's Black History Month, bro. One of the rules of Black History Month is that you got to put the white women away if you got them, bro. And it says it's not riding with that Black History during this Black History Month, bro. For me, people in my encyclopedia, the wisdom they share, I absorb to further grow my consciousness. Then again, I see each human being as reflections of myself. Yeah, Greg Masters. Yeah, as you go along, and I've been tend to hear this, every now and then that you should be learning something every day. And once again, as you do a deep study on yourself too, and what you have going on with you inside yourself, you should be paying attention to that. Hey, bro, up and coming YouTuber and would love some help. Um, Cato X Tropic. What's your content about, brother? What's your niche? Maybe I can help you out. That's my AI now. Yeah, as we go along and we do our own research, we do our own studies, and then as we gather information from valuable and honorable sources, we could take that and apply it. But when you do your own research and do and do things on your own, is I don't know, it's like it feels way better. It's like a calling that you get. So it's more satisfying for me when I do my own research on things. And once again, you're supposed to study to show yourself approved. And then you try to spread that same information to the people. Because like you saying, Greg Masters, when you see people as reflections of yourself, sometimes you got to be careful because not everyone will be willing to receive certain messages, or they might interpret it a little bit different or have a misunderstanding of you. But those who have the ears to hear will hear you out, for sure, for sure. But I would want to be informed on stuff like that, you know what I mean? So that's why it's always my duty to share certain information. Let the truth lie where it lies. If it hurts certain people, or, peels back reality for certain people, it is what it is. What inspired you to have the name Crowd of Boyz? Bronze, gold, and X. Crowd of Boyz is a nonprofit that I put in actual formation. Is a real formatted nonprofit organization. But it was through the legacy of my dad, who was the original creator of Crowd of Boyz. And they didn't put it into a format of an official nonprofit organization, but they kept it amongst their community. And when I say their community, there were a bunch of brothers, African immigrants like himself, who came to the States that had families and stuff like that. A lot of guys from Africa were migrating in the 80s At that time, it was a better time to come over to the States and get jobs and make civilization here for themselves. So in Jersey, there were a bunch of guys in a community of librarians. And what he did with a bunch of his friends who were already over here or making their way over here, they established their group, Crowd of Boyz. I even have a picture of them still, like an actual picture that they took in like '95. They had it was like their 10-year anniversary. Anyways, what they would do is basically community work based around the librarian community that was here in the States. So if family members of that community, whether they were getting married, they would chip in as a whole under their organization to help out with, food for the after party, if you will, or getting in the liquor together and stuff like that. Um, if someone died within that said community, they would help out with either funeral costs, repasts, once again, like food, just expenses. They would pull money together under their organization. They would, contribute. Every year, July 26th is Liberian Independence Day. So every 26th of July, they would pull money together, have cookouts, or have a cookout at a park, host a soccer game. Africans love soccer. So they would fund everything, or fund majority of it, or take donations under the name and organize. They were the organizers to have these things for the Liberian community that was here in the States. And then throughout the year, if it wasn't any special events or whatever the case may be, like marriages or once again people passing away and they helping out, um, just hosting parties, just getting a community together, partying, being together and stuff like that. So it was all about spreading positivity and love, especially with African immigrants, but in particularly Liberians being in this country and still having a sense of home away from home, basically. So I just took the name, really formatted it, brought it to YouTube, did semen retention. So it only made sense to me to not self-name it, but make it as a whole, a bunch of guys to congregate. Let's talk about the semen retention, how we feeling. You know what I mean? Because we all, as guys, when we're on that path, we share that same shared experience going through that whole process of semen retention. When I come upon your channel and told you I knew you had a ankh. Yeah, I remember that. That was you, Jasmine Jones. That's crazy. I got it tatted too. I have seen so many people have a chain. I would compliment, and they had no idea what I was talking about. Yeah, that's crazy. A lot of people, yes, do have the chain and don't even really understand what it is or what they got on. And there you go, Yeshua, yo, Shin. Gal, Galtha, the skull. And someone just fired a shot outside of my house. It was in the distance though. Um, when do you get White History Month? Talk to your legislators. Make a petition. We get White History Month every day. And Backpacker says, I love white women. And I was just joking, guys, man. I love all my people, man. But people who ask, the same people who ask, when do we get White History Month? Y'all the same people who be screaming, white lives matter too, or all lives matter too. Listen, y'all gotta read the room and understand what's going on. If you really feel some type of way about when Black History Month comes along, I'm not gonna say I don't care about Black History Month. Once again, I said this earlier in the live when we talked about it. Morgan Freeman, an old black man, damn near, he's in his 80s, 90s. He's grew up through all those times, right? He says he doesn't recognize Black History Month as Black History Month. He just recognizes it as American history, period. But on the other side, people have suppressed true history built off the foundation of black people. So that's why you have a month commemorating certain things as Black History Month. People fought legislation to put this in order. So you really feel some type of way of having your White History Month, seek legislation, bring up your facts, because we're not dealing with the feelings of black people. These are facts that are being brought up. There have been a lot of original black inventors of things and black creators of things that have been suppressed. That knowledge has been suppressed, stolen, and marketed. That's why they were able to get it started off with just having a week, then it carried over into a whole month. So once again, if you have any, you're really serious about having a White History Month, go to your legislation about that. Have it put in. You, I ain't even gonna get into. You have to be careful of doing your own research. You may not be qualified to understand what you're reading. No shade to anyone. It was always put on me to study to show myself approved. So I would tell anyone, don't just take anything from anybody just because of face value. There was a whole doctor out here. I'm gonna chill. Anybody know Dr. Fauci? Because he was a doctor and telling people it was okay to get tranquilized, people were going ahead and doing it because he was a doctor. Did he do his research? There's people out here having respiratory issues now, heart attacks, young as hell. Do your own research, guys. Study to show yourself approved. It's not to validate anyone else outside yourself. It's to show yourself approved. The information that you need to validate for yourself. Once again. And this ain't no shade, Mayandi podcast. But I always tell my people we don't seek. I'm not into seeking validation um, from any outside source to validate an outside source. I'll be doing my own resource or research to study to show myself approved. So I must do my own research. You can't just trust anything that someone puts in front of you. If I see something, I see source, I'm going to go double check and fact check that source. I'm going to go do my own research. News Northeast, West South. Good night. Peace to you, Yeshua Yo Shin God I Am. How to move on from breakup with my girl, 7 years, married, someone else, 7 months. I know it's easier said than done, but you gotta redirect that focus back on you and move on. Once when that person has shown their true colors of who they are, or they are willing to move on, you got to take heed. You aren't supposed to be fighting to get someone's attention. You're not supposed to be working hard like that to get someone's attention, or after a breakup, just give that person space, and if they gravitate back to you, then they come back to you. If not, then you leave it alone, bro, and move on. But you gotta get over it. Put your feelings aside and move on. Watch everybody here gonna Google what is Ankh. Low game, Martinez, peace, man. Hey, Gabe, go back to T-Bone Street. Box Kitty is funny. Go back to T-Bone stream. T-Bone is that skinny comedian with the braids, right? And if it's the same guy you're talking about, Cash on YouTube official. What happened? Nothing happened. We just chilling. And if T-Bone is the same person I'm thinking about that you talk about, Box Kenny, I didn't see any video. I didn't actually watch the video of him, but I watched not watched, but I seen like a little, what do you call it, thumbnail, and it said no, I ain't even gonna go there. It's alright, it's cool. And where's I'm caught up to the chat. I was looking for my Yandi's podcast rebuttal to what I just said. How they might feel about what I just said about doing your own research. Tennis man, you always come in here with that. So this is what I'm gonna do for you. It's boring for tennis, whoever that was. Every night, every single live stream they come in at some point. It's boring. So now you out of here. It's alright. I feel like people must read for themselves, for real. That's a lot of issues that we have now in certain communities, is that we don't read for ourselves. We listen to someone because of title, because they have status, because they got that doctor title in front of their name, or PhD in this, or study for yourself, guys. I'm telling you. Be able to. One thing you need to be able to do is trust yourself than another man to validate your knowledge and your wisdom. Bendeo. Sound like you're beer. I appreciate it. Thank you, man. Let's hit 4 in the AM. Another live stream, another great one, man. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be on tonight. Box Kenny, man, he ain't answered me about that T-Bone, man. T-Bone stream. Who else up in here, man? People might went really to go search up that Ankh, man. That's crazy. Lisa Hicks, hi from New Hampshire. Yeah, Lisa Hicks. I know it's cold. It's cold out here too in PA too. Yeah, Jasmine Jones. It got quiet in here for a minute. Not used to. I'm used to at least a troll or two being still being in here keeping it alive, but it went quiet. It's all good. Jazz says she got the tattoo also. That once again, when I got that in Chicago, when I was originally out there, I was trying to go to, if you guys know about the show Black Ink, it originated in New York first. It was like a reality TV show based around the tattoo parlor, a tattoo spot. And when the show first started, it was in New York, but then I guess, I don't know if it was the third season or fourth season, whatever, they opened up a shop in Chicago. And that's where I was trying to, that's where I went first actually. But at that time, everything was, it was closed. Like, um, everything was reopened at that time, for real, for real. It wasn't too far off of COVID, but it should have been open at that time. But it was weird. Like you had to make an appointment. Um, but then I even went on their website to see if they were, what time they was actually going to be open. They weren't even open at all. So I don't know if they just had that spot open for the TV show or if it wasn't an actual. I don't know. I don't know what the hell was going on at that time, but it was weird trying to find the spot. Um, then we finally found it. I was with my brother at the time. Finally found the location, and it was just like closed down. And then you go online and try to book. That shit was it was done. Like it was weird. But Great Lakes Tattoo is where I ended up going to get the tattoo. My aunt tattoo. Lisa says, I'm a 58-year-old single woman, a 34-year-old child. Is he a 34-year-old child for real, or I moved to Chicago when I was 3, left when I was 18, here to Alabama. That's where you stay at now? That's where you located, Jasmine Jones, Alabama? What made you move down there? Please pray for my shameless aunt and her wicked heart. Man, get Rice Greenberg. Says he got a shameless aunt and she got a wicked heart, man. Yeah, man. Prayers to those family members, man. I just talked about one of my family members that has certain things that's going on with them last stream. So I get it. We can have certain family members that, truly need that covering over them. Yeah, prayers for your aunt, man. Jasmine Jones says, got mine in Chicago too. That's what's up. It says, yes, and he moved out at 19. That's good. The way you said 34-year-old child makes it seem like he or she might have been still living with you and you take care of them. But I got you. What I pray for not I pray not for tranquility, nor that my tribulations may cease. I pray for your spirit and your love, that you grant me strength, grace to overcome adversity. JC, amen. All things UK1. Peace to you, man. And thank you. Yeah, Jasmine Jones. And I took a risk too, getting this tattoo by not setting an appointment because it wasn't like fresh off of COVID and everything was opening back up. It was probably, and I think that's probably why that black ink spot wasn't open because a lot of places didn't open back up after the shutdown with COVID. A lot of places stayed closed, but online it was saying that they were still active. But when you showed up to the black ink spot, it looked abandoned. Like it looked like they was done up. So once again, they might have just had it open for the show and still kept the online presence or whatever. It is what it is. But when I went to Great Lakes, I remember almost not getting a tattoo because I didn't make an appointment. I was walking. So I was going by the old school rules still. And I don't know if you guys remember, like after some time after everything was opening up, places were still moving a certain type of way where you got to make an appointment because I guess they didn't want to have too many people in there at once and people waiting around, and it was just weird timing, weird times at that time. But I remember walking in, uh, and I was looking for a certain artist because I came across it on just going through Google, and that person was already working on someone, and they were like, what they tell me? That I would have to wait a couple hours or come back, and it wouldn't be a guarantee because they closed at a certain time, and they had appointments booked up until a certain time, and they didn't want to start a tattoo too close to the closing time. So they was like, I'll be running a risk depending on. So they told me straight up, and I told them like, listen, man, I'm from out of town. I was just trying to find something to do to kill time, just out here sightseeing and stuff like that. So I was about to walk out. I was soon about to walk out. They was like, hey, we actually, have a guy that's going to be here in 15 minutes. He's a fairly new artist. If you're comfortable, whatever, working with him, and that's all you getting, he should be free. You'll be able to take the walk in. So I said, fuck it, why not? Living spontaneous, life on the edge a little bit. You need that in your life at times. Doing spontaneous stuff. So he came in, man. He hooked me up. He was a cool dude, man. We talked the whole time. He asked me why I was getting a tattoo. I talked to him about my spirituality, all that other stuff. So it was pretty cool. Jasmine Jones says, born in Belize, moved to Shy at 3, moved to Bama at 18 to go to the university. Okay. Did 1 year finance and left to work and been here ever since. Crazy part. Last time I went to Shy was before COVID. Okay. I look like Tony Allen. Tony Allen, that's a new one. Jasmine says, I grew up with the great Louis Farrakhan as my leader. So that's why I got a tattoo. Okay. Yeah, I was just on a more of a spiritual journey. So I wanted a spiritual tattoo that symbolized something of meaning. People do their research on the Ankh, like you said. The Ankh being a symbol of eternal life. The connection to the womb also, with the top part. And then, the bottom of it being the penis connected to the womb, but it symbolizes unity. It has many different meanings and stuff like that. When it's really looked at as like the key, symbolized as a key also. And then also, if you look at, and it wasn't something that was done purposely. It's just how my tattoos ended up falling on my body, like as far as placement. If you look at certain figures, certain how would you say, if you look at the certain deities in Egyptian paintings and cultures, right? You look at Heru, Horus, if you will. Almost all of those deities are carrying the Ankh in their left hand, and I just so happen to have the tattooed on my left forearm. So very spiritual. It was a very spiritual experience, even being there. Um, and it being placed on my left arm. And then when I actually got to see like how are they carrying the Ankh, it's always in their left hand. I got a different following on my live. I don't get to talk about the things you talk about, so I have the utmost respect for you. I love peace, and in some ways you bring me peace. I appreciate that, Jasmine Jones. For real, for real. Um, yeah, I appreciate that, sis. That's love. And all you have to do is just switch things up. Talk about what you want to talk about. I know it could be distracting to really get into it. I know probably there's another female who has a channel. She says the same thing too. Like a lot of her followers are males, so to really express yourself the way you want to express yourself, I know it can be hard at times, um, but you got to push through. You got to push through, and those times where you need to really convey your message and push through, those be the times you really got to do it. Well, what will start to happen is that those guys who are just there to just see you as eye candy, you'll ward them off. You'll ward the creeps off for real, for real. And then you'll start to have a new audience that'll show up. But keep doing your thing for real. Stay focused. Continue to be you. Continue to be authentic. And once again, no judgment. No judgment that comes from me on my side. I like to see people in their true element and people truly be them. But that's what's going to really get the attention of the people, because people can see that as someone they can relate to more often, flaws and all. Whether people would like to admit it or not, when someone is bold enough to really come on with their flaws and don't care, people are attracted to that because they see that as confidence. And people who have that confidence and exude that confidence, they gravitate to. So that's why I say continue to do you. Don't worry about nothing else. Whatever it is that you want to talk about, though, Jasmine, you gotta. Yeah, you're welcome, sis. Yeah, whatever it is that you got a message that you want to put out there, you just gotta put it out there. Don't and let it fall where it is. That's it. But yeah, I was really surprised to see you on live. Once again, when I see the name, and it's one thing when I get people to say, I got a channel, and look me up and stuff like that, and I write it down. But when I scroll sometimes and and I saw your name, I'm like, wait a minute, that person. I said, let me watch this for a little bit, see what she talking about. But it was cool. It was very nice to see you. Very soft spoken too. I can tell you, soft spoken and very chill. Yeah, a couple more minutes, I'm gonna be yeah. This was a good live though. Great, great live. Yeah, I appreciate that again, Jazz. And later on, I might be, well, I don't know. I was going to take the night off. Well, yeah, I was going to take the night off for the next go around on these lives. Catch, what it would technically be Wednesday night. And that's only because I got some stuff going on Wednesday where I have to be up type early. I got some stuff to do early Wednesday morning. So if I do come on live tomorrow, it might be only for a couple hours, not too late, not wee hours in the morning like this. Um, but I always appreciate those that come through regardless. Be some decent topics. Trolls come through, the agents come through. Get some entertainment from them. But it's peace and all love with the people that come through. Try to keep it down to a minimum and get the people out of here if they too annoying. More content is on the way as far as semen retention. And I was always planning to do more spiritual content as well as a universal thing because now with more females coming across the channel and interested in these lives and certain topics, I'm willing to talk about different topics as far as the content too. I might add that to like a different playlist and keep the semen retention content where it's at, but add different topics to a playlist or vice versa. Um, Move the semen retention content to a different side, have it on the playlist, and then give the overall channel makeover and make that as a part of the main thing. But I started the channel just based off of semen retention and just sticking true to that content because that's the journey I was on for real. I wanted to share that experience with other guys and encourage these guys. Listen, guys, if you really want to do yourself a service, get on semen retention for real, for real. And stop looking weird out here. Karen. Karen Ann says, I'm moving to the U.S. from England next week. Any advice? What part of the U.S. will you be moving to? Judgment Jones says, your content is amazing. Practicing celibacy for 7 years. You really are motivation. I appreciate that. And that's coming from a woman, so I appreciate that. And Karen Ann moving to Texas. I think you was in here before, Karen Ann. You asked the same thing. What exactly, what area, what part, what city? Yeah, he was in here before because I remember someone said, I think I double asked the question. I was like, what? I think I said, what state in Texas? But what city are you moving to? But some advice I can give you if you are coming out here from another country, coming from England, is be careful who you make friends with. If it's for work purposes, try to get friends within your workplace to show you around, show you the ins and the outs, where to go, where not to go. And just make sure that you're surrounded by the right people. DN Edits says, bro, peace, DN Edits. Yeah, make sure you're around the right people, the right crowd. I wouldn't trust any of these guys out here. First coming off. Once again, if you're gonna be around people, co-worker or whatever the case may be, I would strongly advise that you get around another female. Befriend another female. If it's a guy, make sure it is in a group setting. All right. People people prey on the vulnerable, and when you are in a new setting, a new space, a new country, people can see you as naive because you don't know that. You don't know better to a certain extent. You're in a foreign place. So you don't want to be led astray. You don't want to be put in a bad position. Um, so just be careful. Be aware of your surroundings at all times. And once again, just stay safe. If you sense danger, get up out of there. But really get a buddy. Try to make a friend quick, especially a female friend. And show you around. If you're an outgoing person, have them show you around and stuff like that. Once again, that person will put you on where to go and where not to go. And you don't have to let everybody know that you're from the UK either, from out of town when you're out here. As far as meeting someone outside, if it's for work, obviously those people know that you're from the UK. But outside of work, if you run into strangers, you don't gotta let them know your business. Don't tell everybody your business. That's one thing you can't do. Don't talk to strangers. That's like you know what I mean. That's what we tell the babies, the little kids when they out here. Don't talk to strangers. Stick with your work, people. DN Edit says you search phone hello song, bro, please. Oh man, see that? That yawn means it's almost go time. Um, phone hello song. Nah, DN Edit. I'm good. I'm good on that. Cause that sound like a setup, bro. And then Yeshua Yo Shin YN says, research this code, please. Now that looks more interesting than what this other dude is talking about. Even if what Yo Shin is on and that comes up some BS, I'd rather search that up than some brain rot hello song, bro. You feel me? I'm sorry. There's no disrespect. A lot of people like to say that to me. No disrespect, but because that looked like coding to me. You feel what I'm saying? I'd rather look at that than. Oh, let me make sure I'm writing that down right. That look weird. For real, for real. I hate when people tell me to look at a song or they tell me to middle rap song. Phone, hello, hello song, to middle rap song. She says, trust me. Now I'm gonna look into that. You know what, DN Edits, I ain't gonna be like that. I'm gonna look into that song too. I'm not gonna play it on live. I ain't gonna do that to you, brother. He says, trust me too. So one of y'all is playing with me. All right. See that? You got too many people saying trust me, trust me. One of y'all is on some BS. It's okay. DNS. I'm gonna look into it, man. For real, for real. I was just messing around. I was messing around a little bit. I was gonna look into it, but I'm not gonna play it on live and stuff like that. Yeah, I know it. Y'all know they funny as hell. They saw that I took the time out and you know what I mean, did that for you. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to show favoritism. I'm not that type of guy. But I could tell. Don't worry. I'm gonna search both. I'm gonna get down to the I'm gonna get down to the bottom of it. Don't worry about it. I appreciate that. Um, DN edits. Yeah, there was a guy that came on before. I don't know. I don't know if he's a legit artist. It's still I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on. But he gave me a link, and anyone that has a channel or that is a musician that does beats or whatever the case may be, I always tell them, I'll go look at your music, support your music and stuff like that. Um, Even someone earlier came in, looked like he was a producer. Um, Let me write his stuff down too if I can still remember what it was. Produce Ben X. And he wanted me to, I guess, search and play his song or his beats, or whatever. But I told him, I said, listen, my channel is monetized. If I play your beat and I'm getting monetized on my channel and stuff like that, I don't want you to double back and say you didn't authorize it. That's gonna mess up what I got going on. So I told him to reach out to me through email, or I'll go, check out his channel page, see what's going on. If it's, something I'm really interested in, because I like certain beats and stuff like that. So, I don't mind supporting guys and listening to their music if it's a music thing. But like random songs, when people come through and tell me play this song, that song, I'm not doing that. His 10 mil song is mostly vibe in all countries. You know that song. Like I said, I'll look into it, dear nerds. I appreciate it, man. Love, bro. But there's certain things like that. But I went on to go support this one brother. He dropped a whole link. He actually dropped a link in one of my, I don't know if it was a video that I did or a live, but he dropped the link in my comments, and I went to go check it out. And I thought it was actually going to be music playing. And bro was just talking. He talked the whole time about his upcoming music that was coming out. And I said, yo, bro didn't tell me this. And then I went search on his page. He only had the one video. You take care too, brother. Thank you. He only had the one video of him just talking about the artists he was working with. And I didn't know these artists. It seemed like he was working with like Afro beats and stuff like that. But I went on his channel to see if he had like a snippet of a song or a song. It was just this one video of him talking, bro. I don't know if it's a fresh channel or fresh upload. But I went on there, man, and I was like, where's the music at? It was just instrumentals playing in the background while he was talking. And the instrumental sounded dope, but I thought what he was sending me was like his actual music. It was very weird. I don't know what was up with that. But yeah, I like supporting my content creators, man. And people, once again, I love music, so whenever someone is actually an artist and up and coming artists, they need that push too. So when someone comes along and says that they have music going on or anything going on, I always down to support small content creators and upcoming music artists. Dianetics, shoot, bro, shoot your question. After this, I'm getting out of here. See what I mean, bro? Eventually, they show themselves. They can't help themselves, man. They cannot help themselves. It's a shame. You got DNA edits. You subscribe to my channel. Yeah, now they got it. So please, please. I appreciate that, Jasmine Jones. You too. I don't know if you're gonna be on later. I know you said you took a little break. But yeah, in a couple minutes I'll be off of here. Yeah, DNetics, man. You subscribe, right? You subscribe to my channel. Yeah, I hope to see you in here, man. Shaheen. No, thank you, sir. I will not be turning to your version of whatever it is, bro. I'm good on that. Yeah, I'll go live later tonight. Had to give my energy some rest. Which really helped. That's love, sis. Yeah. Yeah, I could get it, man. I definitely get it. The other night when I took 2 nights off, once again, when you busy, you busy. But then also when it becomes almost like a, you don't want to make this a chore almost. You know what I mean? Especially, I don't know how long you're usually on lives, Jazz, but the amount of time that I'm on these lives and how the topics go, the energy exchange of giving people certain time and that energy, it could definitely be taxing. You definitely need that time, so I could dig it. Once again, whoever is still in this live, man, I'm gonna get you out of here, bro. I'm talking too much. You had your chance. You had your chance to be cool. Now you just gotta get out of here. Daniel Bishop, glad you're in here. I'll show you exactly how I feel about that. Bang. Anybody else want to come in last minute? And I do plan to do a little bit of editing before I actually go to bed and get some rest. But with the people in the chat, as I'm about to end this soon, I appreciate you guys once again for another night, another morning, sharing your time with me. And as we take time to have 2 jobs, so when I have one job to go work, today I go live around midnight and stay on for about 4 or 5 hours. You have no idea how much respect. Yeah, I appreciate that again, Jazz. Um, But yeah, I get it. You're having a work life balance, staying being on these lives and trying to hold the attention of the people as well as long as we can, um, and keeping the people engaged for the most part, even through the trolls and the agents and stuff like that. It takes time to really cipher through who's real and who's not, but it's always a pleasure to come across real, genuine people. And for the people that stick around and really are night owls like me, um, and able to just interact with people, and we can talk about real situations. You know what I mean? We talk about real stuff. Um, and whether the topic may go, I remember one night being on, we started talking about movies and music the whole time. Um, the topics could go anywhere, and with the people that come through and engage for real is always once again a blessing, um, to interact with the people and have a cool intellectual conversation, whether we can agree to disagree on certain things. I might have my ideologies about things, people can have theirs. There's no problem. But there's a line of respect still that we must practice, even though it's the internet. And those that I see that really enjoy the content, they keep that boundary within themselves, and they can see that I keep that boundary within me. Within me. Now, I could go on certain tangents where I could curse. I could curse people out too, because I don't want anyone to mistake uh, my kindness for weakness. You know, and people take advantage of that, like me ignoring certain people and letting them rock out. Sometimes I do it on purpose, just to see how far they're willing to go and see what tactics they like to play. Um, and then also it shows the people how you can deal with these trolls out here. Not to get upset. A lot of people like to crash out. When I look at other lives too, I see a lot of people crash out. A lot of crashing out. There's a way to handle these people out here on the internet. So once again, I appreciate everyone that comes through and shows love for real, especially when it's coming from a genuine place. Eddie writes, says, "You do day trading?" No, I always wanted to get into forex though, for real, for real. Just never sat down and really got into the. Never put myself up on the knowledge of it for real. So I didn't want to just jump into it and not know what I was getting myself into. And with stuff like that, you know, there's always risk and stuff like that. So I really wanted to sit down and really figure it out, but never got the chance to. But yeah, once again, there's a possibility that I may be on later, may not. Wednesday morning, I got an early start. Unless things change. But usually, you know what I mean, when I come on lives, especially I go around live at the same time, Jazz, like around midnight. Today I came on I think around 11, a little bit like 11:30. I usually come on around that time. Yeah, good vibes. Yeah, man, I try to keep it chill on this side, man, for the most part. This the chiller side of the YouTube game. And oh, hold on. RSVP, if you're still in here, I don't know if you're still in here, sis, but I appreciate you for that donation. Thank you. Everyone who has come through and show love. I don't know if RSVP is still in here, but I appreciate you, sis. Everyone who's came in, showed love, donated to the channel. From the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate that. All gratitude. There's always gratitude with me. Grateful for everything. Grateful to have y'all time and attention. I appreciate you guys for real. I can tell you are a good person, and it's not many of us left out here. I appreciate that, Jazz. Thank you. It was funny. Before I go, it was funny. Coming into your live. And I know it caught you off guard. And once again, I'm not gonna put your business out there. Um, but I could tell it was like you wanted to stop what you was doing because you didn't want me to like see you in a different light. You feel what I'm saying? It's my first time catching you live, and you know they say first impressions make you know what I mean everything. But I could tell you're a genuine person too, and it does take a certain takes a certain spirit and confidence to show up as people do on these live and just being themselves. Like you weren't doing anything that was outside of your body. Once again, when I come across content like that, that's similar to mine, like uh, you just being you, doing your thing, just expressing yourself, how you express yourself, it's always cool to me. You know what I mean? Once again, you're not you're soft spoken. You seem shy, and you kind of brought that out a little bit with a certain type of message that you want to put out there. But you know, the content that you do has you not pushing it the way you want to push it. But you got a brother over here that's going to tell you and encourage you. Listen, whatever message that you got, put it out there. Don't worry about the crowd or how they're going to receive it or how they're going to see you. You're going to have people that's going to gravitate to you for sure. 10% are good. I've noticed. Yeah, it's very few, man. Very few that are still out here genuine and moving a certain type of way. And respect is mutual, Johnny Jones. For real, for real. Yeah, I could tell you. It was funny. It was like, oh, hold on, let me straighten up. But I get you though. I could dig it. Once again, man, no judgment on this side. But once again, guys, I appreciate y'all for whoever's still in here. RSVP, if you're still in here, I appreciate you, sis. For real, for real. Jasmine Jones, I appreciate you for sticking through. And Yeshua Yo Shin, I'm definitely look into that coding. And everybody else who is still in here. As always, man, I appreciate y'all for coming through, spending time with me. Bring y'all some enlightenment, sharing my light. And you guys as well, sharing your light also, asking questions, being engaging. And hopefully catch y'all in the next one. With love and peace.